Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First pair top comp pulling into the burnout box right now. We got Nick Bond and Justin Bond. Nick is in the left lane, Justin in the Lordco lane. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, this is your call to the staging lanes. Triple index, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Mod, this is your standby call. Triple index, come on down lanes 1 and 2. Pro Mod, this is your standby call. Justin Bond leaving a little bit less ahead of schedule than Nick. Puts down a 446 at 153 miles an hour. Nick Bond with a 497 at a $1.39. Logan Bell and Jason Gibson now. Logan Bell in the left lane. He's got Comox Valley Excavating on the side of his 2018 dragster. Logan's here from Courtney. He's got a 632 thumping away behind him. Jason with a 2017 TNT dragster, 582 powered car. Four staging bulbs lit. And another pair of red lights. Logan Bell going red by only 5 thou, puts down at 453 at a $1.53. Jason Gibson goes red by 9 thou, 499 at a $1.38. Kimberly John Kine now in the left lane. That sweet looking 2022 American dragster. 468 big block Chevy powered unit. She's got some help today from Comox Valley Excavating. Lined up next to G. Van Brar in the right lane in his 2016 undercover dragster. Clean launch for both drivers. Kimberly getting there first, 441 at 160 miles an hour. G-Van putting down a 481 at a $1.45. Greg Dowdy now in the left lane. In the black Rad Torque Systems dragster, lined up next to Stephen Robert in his 1934 Chevy, the Evil Bucket. Stephen Robert going red by 1 thou. Greg Dowdy with a clean launch, 19 thou up front, 514 at the 8th at 131 miles an hour. Stephen Robert with a 535 at a $1.27. Brandon Thomas in the Lordco lane. From Georgia, in his 2021 Miller Dragster 632 powered car, David Kowalski, of course, in the left lane in that beautiful 1970 Chevy Nova. Four staging bulbs lit. David going red. Brandon Thomas with a clean launch. 13th thou up front for Brandon. Puts down a 440 at a $159. Kowalski with a 465, 154 miles an hour. Lit up the cherry by only 8 thou on that run. Attention in the pits, we have a racer in distress. Racer in distress calls Chevy Reeves. Needs an F4 14 Pro Charger. Chevy Reeves is in need of an F4 140 Pro Charger. If you could help him out with that, I'm sure he would greatly appreciate it. One more time, that's Chevy Reeves, racer in distress. He needs an F4 140 Pro Charger. Next pair pulling up to the starting line right now. We have Aaron Young in the left lane, Ken Orser in the right lane. Aaron Young is in the Dragster. It's a 2007 PSP Dragster. Ken Orser in the 2006 GTO. Clean launch for both drivers. A couple of green lights. Ken Orser got off the line. 17th thou up front, got to the finish line quickest. 8th mile ET, 480 at a $145. Aaron Young. Aaron Young with a fantastic reaction time. 004 up front, put down a 498 at a $138. Cam Shantz now. The 37 Chevy from Prince Rupert, BC in the left lane. Mean looking machine. 598 powered car. Lined up next to Monique Ambrosi in the 2026 Dragster. Monique, originally from Australia. She's here today from Plainfield, Indiana. Cam Shantz ran into some issues off the starting line. Went red and had a bit of a bumpy start for the first quarter of the track. Got out of it early. Monique Ambruzzi with a tidy run. 24th thou off the starting line. Put down a 4:48 at 155 miles an hour. Jeremy Soares and Brad Powell now. Jeremy in the left lane in his 2001 Cameron Dragster, lined up next to Brad Powell in the right lane in his 2015 TNT Dragster. Pulling up for an explosive run. 598 cubic inch powering Brad's Dragster, 584 powering Jeremy Soares. Jeremy Soares today racing with Quick Tech race cars. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, this is your final call to lane 1 and 2. Triple index, final call, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley, this is your standby call. Standby Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley. Jeremy Soares quickest off the line in that run, 11th thou up front. Brad Powell got to the finish line first, though, 464, 148 miles an hour. Soares ran a 470 at a $147. Colton Morin in the dragster in the left lane now with Morin Motorsports and Comox Valley Excavating. Brian Ritchie in the right lane in the 68 Chevelle, driving, of course, with Ritchie Racing Engines and Green Light Auto Sales. And green lights on both sides of the track. Brian Ritchie, 29th thou up front. Colton Morin, 31th thou at the starting line. Puts down a 498 at 138 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie with a 507 at a $138. Dane LeKelp now in the left lane in the flamed out dragster, lined up next to Scott Robinson in his 1994 Beretta. 615 powered car. Scott's got some help today. STR Racing, rad. Lordco, JS Power Sports. And shout out to Mr. Robinson, Scott's dad, who's watching on the live stream. Solid launch for both drivers. Dragster putting down a 406 at the 8, 178 miles an hour. He was 24th thou up front. Scott Robinson got off the starting line. 041 reaction time, put down a 500 at 139. Mike Kenworthy in the third gen F body. That's a 1992 Pontiac. 588 powered car, lined up next to Paul Soares' 55 Chevy. Tri-5 car in the right lane, driving with Quick Tech race cars. 632 thumping away under the hood. And a very unique chop on that car. Interesting haircut. The A pillars have had a lot more taken out of them than the B or C pillars. Generally, with the lead sleds of the early 50s, you take more out of the back end than you do the front end. But to help this car slip through the air, that 55 has more of a chop on the front than the back end. And Paul Soares lights up the win light, got to the finish line first, 482, 147 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy, tidy launch, 19th thou up front, put down a 526 at a $131. Lincoln Shirk in the white dragster in the left lane. That's a 2006 undercover car. Another 632 powered car lined up next to Andy Hatton. In the Grinch, the 1969 Chevy Camaro. First gen F-body, the third year of production of the Camaro. And he's got some help today with Bubba's Speed Shop, and he's got some help from Derek Shirk. Andy Hatton, tidy launch at the starting line. 018 reaction time, put down a 529 at a $130. Lincoln Shirk got to the finish line first, though, 488, 8th mile ET at 140 miles an hour. And that looks like a wrap for our top comp cars. So we'll be moving on to Triple Index. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mods, this is your call to come on down to the staging lanes, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Top Fuel Harley, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. That's Pro Mod, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Top Fuel Harley, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, you're on standby. All right, guys, first pair of Triple Index. So Triple Index is bracket racing-ish. We have 3 different dial-ins, 550, 650, and 750. So we got a pair of 750 vehicles right now to start us off. Tyler Smith with a clean launch there. Rob Getz had a hard time getting off the starting line. His reaction time started with a 6. Tyler Smith, 0.34 up front, put down a 7.53 at 90 miles an hour. Jan Christensen now in the left lane in the 1967 Chevy Nova. And Mark Muscat in the right lane in the 77 Chevy Monza. Wild-looking H-body. The Ed Force 2 driving today with Nitro Pinball and Lordco. Jan Christensen getting there first, though, 550 at 126 miles an hour. So Jan in that run had a 550 dial. Mark with a 650 index. Mark ran a 657. Jan put it right on the money, 550 with a 9. And it looks like that was a wrap for our triple index. Only 4 cars showed up to lanes 1 and 2, but we should have Pro Mods in lanes 5 and 6 right now and Top Fuel Harley in lanes 1 and 2 for their first round of qualifying. First up is Pro Mod. And once again, Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, you are on standby. Attention in the pits. Just a reminder, Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Top Fuel Harley, lanes 1 and 2. We got the track crew giving the track a quick drag, making sure we have as close to perfect track conditions as we can for the Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harleys that are coming up shortly. And while we got Wally out on the track right now, let's do some on this day. On this day in classic car history, August 21st, 1897. Ransom E. Olds founded the Olds Motor Vehicle Company in Lansing, Michigan. That company eventually became Oldsmobile. And here's the cool part. Oldsmobile's curved dash became one of America's earliest mass-produced automobiles and is credited with pioneering an early assembly line production system before Henry Ford's famous moving assembly line. That was the gasoline-powered Oldsmobile Model R, also known as the curved dash Oldsmobile. Was built on an assembly line using interchangeable parts. It was introduced by the Oldsmobile Company in 1901 and produced through 1907. 425 were produced the first year, 2,500 in 1902, and over 19,000 were built in all. When General Motors assumed operations from Ransom E. Olds on November 12, 1908, General Motors introduced the Oldsmobile Model 20, which was the 1908 Buick Model 10 with a stretched wheelbase and minor exterior changes. And there's the first of many fun facts for on this day, August 21st, in motoring history. First Pro Mod firing up. Looks like we got 3 single runs coming up. Jacob Skosilas in the right lane in his 2017 Chevy Corvette. And I'm sure you can tell by looking at it that not much of that car is actually Corvette. That is definitely a purpose-built machine. Powered by a 526 Hemi. Well, it looked like they detected a problem, so they shut her down. And that Chevy is getting pushed off the track. Well, the C7 Corvette was pushed off the track. It looks like we got a C2 Corvette pulling onto the track now. Team is getting the car ready behind the burnout box in the Lordco lane, and we're about to see that one make a pass. Heating up the tires, getting them nice and cleaned off. That's Nick Duda in his 1963 Corvette. And that car is a feat of engineering because under the nose of that car is a 393 small block Chevy. Nick Duda with Performance World, BDL Automotive. And this is the quickest conventional small block Chevy in the world. Not many Pro Mods are rocking a small block, but this high revving car, Nick Duda has that thing absolutely dialed in. A very, very unique build. And like I said, the quickest small block Chevy in the world. Man, 387, 201 miles an hour. Heard that thing spool up on the starting line. For a 393 small block Chevy, that thing absolutely books. Nice healthy burnout from the first gen Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, this is your call. Calling you down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw 275, come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street, your call to the staging lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw 275, 5 and 6. Limited Street to 3 and 4. And Real Street, you are on standby. That's Dale Pedersen in the right lane there in his 69 Camaro. 525 powered car, and he's here from Dawson Creek. Solid run for Dale. 395, 199 miles an hour. So just a quick recap. We should have Top Fuel Harley in lanes 1 and 2. We're looking for Outlaw 275 in lanes 5 and 6 and Limited Street in 3 and 4, Real Street on standby. All right, folks, well, not sure what the issue was with that 2017 Corvette, but it is back in the Lordco lane, back and ready to make a pass. Hard launch, but ran into something. Shut it down, rolled across the 8th mile with a 487 at 99 miles an hour. And get a load of this gorgeous car. Sweet berry wine. The C3 flaked out red candy. Got some turned leaf on the body too. Beautiful looking vintage funny car. And sounds pretty darn sweet too. That's Daniel Rodrigue piloting that thing. Just a beautiful looking nostalgia funny car. 726 at $1.72. Lit up the cherry by 49 thou up front, but a clean run otherwise. And that was the last of our four-wheel action for a little bit. Moving up now, we got Top Fuel Harleys.
Top end copies.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Once more, making a call for Outlaw 275 and Limited Street to the staging lanes. Limited Street, staging lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6. So coming up, Top Fuel Harleys. These bikes are absolute machines. They make a heck of a beautiful sound. And it takes a serious, sizable amount of talent and otherwise to ride these things down the quarter mile. Nick Gagnon, the left lane from Qualicum, BC. He'll be piloting Supersonic. Nick's riding today with Big Kids Racing, Rad Torque, and Comox Valley Excavating. He was the 2012 European Top Fuel Harley champ, 2013 to 23 Canadian champ, and Pete Wow in the right lane from Gabriola Island. Hold your ears, folks, because this ride is about to be rowdy. Nate Gagnon putting down a 635 at 213 miles an hour. Pete Wow in the right lane got off the starting line a little quicker, 39 thou up front, but experienced some massive wheel spin right off the bat. Coasted across the finish line with an 1171 at $1.01. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Real Street. This is the call you've been waiting for. Real Street. Come on down to staging lanes 1 and 2. That's Real Street 1 and 2. Electronics, you're on standby. Real Street 1 and 2. Electronics, this is your standby call. Another pair of Top Fuel Harleys pulling into the burnout box right now. Got quite a good turnout today for Top Fuel Harley action. Austin Christopher in the left lane. He'll be riding that Nitro V60. Jim Schellenberg out of Surrey in the right lane. Austin Christopher, lots of help today. Help from Ron Huniet and Fast Lane Racing, Redline Oil, Lordco, Road and Farms, Bessie Marine, and Great White North. Austin Christopher, the most winningest two-wheeled rider. Multiple records, multiple world records put down by that man in the left lane. That's why his bike is bike number one. Austin Christopher. Tidy reaction time, 15 thou up front. Got a little swirly around the 330 mark, but he put down a 6:53 at 219 miles an hour. Jim Schellenberg in the right lane got into it, experienced a lot of wheel spin, and got out of it before the 330. Of course, coasted across the finish line, 779 at 71 miles an hour on that run.
Top end is clear.
Copy, sending it.
Ron Billett in the left lane. He's here from Nanaimo, lined up next to Dana Meeks in the right lane. Well, that looked like a clean run for Dana. Looked like Ron had a little bit of problems making his way down the track in that run. Dana put down a 697 at 189 miles an hour. All right, guys. Well, that was a wrap for Top Fuel Harleys. So now we're moving on to Outlaw 275 coming up next. So Outlaw 275, I'm sure you can figure out that is the tire size. The width of the tire, which is not a whole lot of rubber for these guys to work with, but they do what they can with it, and they do it well.
Hey, attention the pits. If you possibly took a bunch of VIP badges from upstairs, we would greatly appreciate it if you returned them. No questions asked. Thank you very much.
Well, before 275 starts making some passes on the drag strip here, just wanted to give everyone in the pits a reminder that if you have less than 4 wheels under you, well, if you're driving anything smaller than a golf cart, really, you got to wear a helmet. And anybody driving in the pits at all on a 2-wheeled or 3-wheeled or 4-wheeled vehicle must be 16 or older to drive anything in the pits. So if you ride a unicycle, a 2-wheeled, a 3-wheeled, or a 4-wheeled vehicle that is smaller than a golf cart, please put your helmet on and make sure that you're age 16 or older. Also, Chevy Reeves in the pits. I'm not sure if he's had any help, but he was looking for an F4 140 Pro Charger. If you missed that call earlier, I'm sure he would appreciate it if that problem has not been resolved yet. Staging lanes is full of cars, which is good to see. Whole lot of Mustangs out there. And a G-body Pontiac, which I definitely appreciated. I don't know if you guys have noticed behind the tower, I've got my T-Top Grand Prix parked out there with its wild orange and blue and beige and yellow paint job. Just dropping a shameless plug for Slickworks YouTube channel. I just put out an episode last weekend, 43-minute long episode with the full and complete paint job of that car. If you guys want to check that out. That's Slickworks YouTube channel. So in the right lane there, you can see the ATVs spraying down the track with some sticky goo. That's VHT or track prep or track bite rather. Make sure the surface is nice and sticky, and when there's no engines running and the track is nice and quiet, you can usually hear the sound of the shoes of the track staff walking on the track. Basically launching on glue at the starting line. Maximum traction for these cars. So let's talk 275 class a little bit. Huge power through a tiny tire. So this is part of the West Coast Outlaw Series. So it's heads up racing. So there's no dial-in. The current track record is 4:14 at 177 miles per hour. That was put down by Justin Gallant this year. So heads up racing. So both cars leave together. There's no dial-ins, no handicaps. First one to the finish line wins. And here we go. We got a Mustang Fox body hatchback starting us off in the tower lane. Justin Gallant in the burnout box now in his 85 Mustang. Tyler Stamler in the right lane and his 2000 Chevy S10. Couple turbocharged units by my ear. And that's a sweet looking color on that truck. Second gen S10. Tyler, he's here from Rocky View, Alberta. He calls his truck Mini Me. A lot of support behind that pickup truck in the right lane. From Gen 3 speed, on point, and performance fuel injection. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, the track record right now is 414 at $177. That was put down by Justin Gallant, who is in the Mustang in the left lane right now. Tidy launch. Tidy launch and a clean run for Tyler Stamler in the right lane. 440 at $171. Justin Gallant in the Mustang in the left lane experienced quite a bit of wheel spin right off the starting line, so he got out of it, coasted across the finish line, 668 at 94 miles an hour. Chris Gould now from Spruce Grove, Alberta in his 2017 Camaro. Black car in the left lane. He's got some help today from CT Automotive. Jeff Whitworth in the right lane from Nanaimo in that 63 Chevy. All right, Chevy v. Chevy for this run in the first round of qualifying for Outlaw 275. 4 bulbs lit, and the Pro Tree means 1 yellow and a green, and Chris Gould did not move. Something went wrong there at the starting line. Sat there for 4.5 seconds. Jeff Whitworth, solid launch off the starting line. 24 thou up front, but down to 445 at $166. We got a solo run now for John Coglietta from Parkland, Alberta in the 2004 Mustang in the right lane. 427 LS powered car that he calls Balboa. John's got a bit of help today from ACC Service Truck Upfitters, Rival Aggregates, and Mulder Trucking. .62 thou off the starting line, stopping the timer 4:65 at 168 miles an hour. Pair of Mustangs about to make a pass here. We got Bree King in the left lane, 2000 Mustang. He's here from Red Deer. And Aiden Katnick in the Fox Body Notchback in the right lane. Aiden's driving with Lordco and TK Performance. Both cars pulling up to the staging beams right now. By my eye, we have Competition Orange in the left lane and Nardo Gray in the right lane. I could be wrong, though. I've been wrong once before when I thought I was mistaken. No numbers up on the board for Aiden Katnick. I'm not sure if he fully staged that car or what happened. Bree King, reaction time starting with a 1. He put down a 5:06 at a $1:06. All right, guys, another pair of 275s up now. Cade Shirk in the right lane in the 2004 Blue Mustang. LS powered unit. TCS lane, we have Zach Kane in the 67 Chevy Camaro. 636 big block Chevy powered car. Of course, 67, the first year of the Camaro. He's driving with Kane's Auto and Marine. Bit of wheel spin for Zach Kane. Cade Shirk with a tidy run on that one. 449 at $1.61. He got off the starting line, 82 thou up front. Zach Kane got off the starting line a little quicker. 0.45 reaction time, but ran into a little bit of wheel spin on that one. Couple of Fox body hatches. Pulling into the burnout box right now. Couple of turbocharged Fox body hatches. 87 in the left lane, a 86 in the right lane. Eric McCarthy from Spokane in the left lane with SMC Race Cars. Tyler Levy from Maple Ridge just down the street in that 302 powered 86. Tyler Levy had a clean launch there. Eric McCarthy had some staging issues. Heard that turbo spool up and then he had to reposition, move forward, got out of the gas and lost a whole bunch of PSI. Tyler Levy, clean launch. 43 thou up front off the starting line. 466 at 152 miles an hour. Cool looking small tire unit. 1991 C1500. That's Justin Teo in the OBS Chevy pickup truck.
I'm sending you in a single run. Looks like it's going to be the tower lane, but I need you to take it out of qualifying, put it.
Nice little test run in the middle of the pack. 60 thou up front. Little bit of a hesitation off the starting line. Or once the truck got off the starting line, rather. Put down a 506, 146 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Electronics. Box cars. This is your call to the staging lanes. Plenty of options down here. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's your call. Electronics, come on down to the staging lanes. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Junior program, you guys are on standby. Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, this is your first standby call. So once again, Electronics, come on down to staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Juniors, you're on standby. Looks like we got a licensing run for Sean Letson in the Mustang in the tower lane. Clean run. Clean run indeed for Sean Letson. 728, 155 miles an hour. Everett Hoth in the G-body making his way down the track. 86 Buick puts down a 546 at 130 miles an hour. Josh Hendrick in the Mustang had some issues at the starting line. Sat there for 5.5 seconds after the green light lit. Brad Thomas in the Mustang in the right lane. Roy Lasik in the 1970 Nova in the left lane. 565 powered car. He's got some help today from Gen 3 Speed. All right, guys, well, it's just been, I've got some information that I got to announce. The electronics and non-electronics will be quarter-mile races. There was some confusion over that, whether it be 8th mile or quarter mile. Just a heads up, electronics and non-electronics will be quarter-mile runs. Attention drivers, the real street drivers to be specific. We need you guys back to your cars in the staging lanes ASAP. Real street drivers, back to your cars in the staging lanes, please. Vanessa Richards and Tej Sanga now. Richards in the left lane, Sanga in the right lane. And Vanessa Richards stopping the timer first, 5:15 at 133 miles an hour. Got off the line quicker too, 84 thou up front. She had some help today from Gen 3 Speed, also Precision Concepts, Angle Plug Racing, JS Power Sports, and Stamler Racing, and Jim Clipperton. May have heard me mention good to see a G-Body Pontiac out there. Well, it's pulling up to the staging beams right now. .82 thou at the starting line, puts down a 5:47 at 128 miles an hour. Got a solo licensing pass now for the Cherokee in the left lane. Well, it looks like that Jeep Cherokee is the definition of a sleeper. Little sleepy off the starting line, but 6:07 at 92 miles an hour in a very unassuming vehicle. Love to see it. Moving on to Real Street right now for qualifying round one. Ian Higginson in the 98 Camaro in the left lane. Fox Body Hatchback GT car in the right lane is a 91 Mustang driven by Claudine Deschênes. Couple of green lights and similar reaction times in both lanes. Ian Higginson getting there first. Stopping the timer at 11:02, 123 miles an hour. Claudine running an 11:31, also a $1.23. Josh Klosky in the left lane, Taryn Monroe in the right lane. Josh getting there first. 11:79, 104 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe putting down a 12:32 at a $1.13. Now we got Rob Monroe again in the left lane. 31 Model A Hot Rod. G-Body Malibu in the right lane. Don't have any information about that car yet. Rob Monroe with a killer tree. 005 off the starting line. Solid reaction time for Rob Monroe. He gets there first with a 875 at a $1.52. Terry Hoogstens and Rob gets now. Terry Hoogstens in the left lane in the 66 Chevy 2. 383 stroker powered car lined up next to Rob's 2024 Ford pickup truck. Terry Houston's quicker off the line, 32 thou up front, and he lights up the win light, gets to the finish line quicker. 12:01 at 150 miles an hour. Rob Getz puts down at 12:37 at $1.06. All right, guys, Mike ends in that last run. Put down the quickest time, 9:92 at 139 miles an hour. Jeff Alder now and Ted Buss in a couple of old hot rods. 1927 Ford, driven by Jeff Alder in the left lane. A 34 Ford, driven by Ted Buss in the right lane with Shawnigan Trucking. Both of these cars are from Shawnigan Lake, BC. Ted Buss leaving a little bit early. Lighten up the cherry. Jeff Alder, clean launch, 31 thou up front. He stops the timer at 10:19, $1.25. Ted Buss, 9:16 at $1.40. Colton Morin and Cody Marshall. Morin in the dragster, Marshall in the Nova. Morin Motorsports in the left lane, Marshall's Mechanical in the right lane. Solid run, Colton Morin. 32 thou up front, put down a 789 at 170 miles an hour. Cody Marshall with a 10:04 at $1.34. Martin Rochelle in the 78 Malibu in the left lane. The 673 Dragster in the right lane. I don't have any information on my computer screen quite yet about that car. Left a little early, but that car is on a tear. 787, $1.68. Not too bad. Martin Rochelle with a 1099 at 126 miles an hour. He was 34th thou up front. Couple of black dragsters lining up at the starting line right now. Greg Dowdy in the left lane, driving the Rad Torque Systems machine. Nick Bond in the right lane. Nick Bond, fantastic reaction time. 6th thou off the starting line, puts down a 786 at 169 miles an hour. Greg Dowdy with an 819 at $1.60. Emma Debris putting down the quickest time in that track, in that run. Or actually, that's not the case. But Aaron Young went red. So that's what happened there. Emma Debris with an 858 at 154 miles an hour. Aaron Young goes red, but put down a 784 at 171. Jeff Bell now in the left lane. Kevin Garlick in the right lane. Jeff Bell, 5 thou off the starting line. Solid reaction time for Jeff. Put down a 961, 137 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior program, this is your call to the staging lanes. Junior program. So, Junior Street, we're putting you in lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Again, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6, come on down. Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Stephen Robert stopping the timer first in his 34 Chevy. Oh, my mistake. That was Rebecca Powell. Wrong side of my screen. Rebecca Powell putting down a 1079 at 121 miles an hour. Stephen Robert in the 34 Chevy now. The Evil Bucket stopping the timer, 853 at 151 miles an hour. Hank Vermeulen was in the 27 Ford in the right lane. Quickest off the line, 15th thou up front. Put down a 962, 138 miles an hour. Cam Shantz back around again in a different car in the 1927 Roadster. 340 powered unit in the left lane, lined up next to Ron Fawcett in the slightly altered 1923 T. He's here from Nanaimo with straight line race cars. Ron Fawcett leaving 12th thou ahead of schedule. Cam Shantz, tidy launch off the starting line. Puts down an 888 with an 8 at 146 miles an hour. Kevin McNichol now in the Rad Torque System 67 Chevy Nova in the left lane. Wes Hendricks in the 68 Ford in the right lane. Attention in the pits. Made a call a little bit earlier about juniors. Junior program, Junior Street. We're looking for you in 5 and 6. Junior Thunder in lane 1. Junior Lightning in lane 2. Non-electronics, you are on standby. We got Brody Soares from Terrace in the left lane in his 2003 Cavalier, lined up next to Mike Robinson in his 27 Roadster. Clean launch for both drivers. 005 in the left lane, 009 in the right lane. Brody Soares getting there first, stopping the timer, 787, 175 miles an hour. Tidy run for Mike Robinson also, 932 at $139. We got Paul Soares now in the 95 Grand Prix in the right lane, and Mike Bucky Stewart in the left lane. Tidy launch for Bucky, 008. Reaction time off the starting line. Paul Soares getting there first, though, 822 at $166. Mike Stewart stopping the timer, 1018 at $130. We got Chris Stone in the left lane, Jeremy Soares in the right lane. Jeremy Soares, 11th thou up front, stopping the timer, 742 at $179. Chris Stone putting down a 1033 at $127. Brad Powell and Emily Gerard. Brad Powell in the left lane. Emily Gerard in the right lane. She's got some help today from Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. Similar reaction times from both drivers. It's It's going to be Emily getting there first. 721, 185 miles an hour. Brad Powell putting down a 735 at a $181. Mark Muscant now in the 77 Monza. Line up next to Shea Svedek in the 1970 Ford front-engine dragster. Or a 406 Chevy-powered front-engine dragster, rather. The 77 Monza, also 406 powered. Monza, little H-body, too excited to get to that finish line, leaving 5 thou ahead of schedule. Shea with a tidy launch. Put down to 893 at 147 miles an hour. Mark Muscant ran a 1018 at a $132. And that turbocharged black Mustang is wrapping up our electronics, moving on to the junior program now. Starting us off is Junior Street. And hey, everybody out there, 12:52, if you have not had lunch yet, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. They got some great food there. If you're hungry or feel like a cool drink on this hot day, head on down there. Chicken strips and fries is my personal favorite. Would highly recommend.
Club sandwich is really good too. Club chicken sandwich.
And at the Half Track Snack Shack, I've just heard that the club chicken sandwich is also a pretty legendary choice. Well, that third gen F-body Firebird in the left lane, the only information I have about that car is what I can visually see with my own eyeballs. Got to the finish line first, 933, 72 miles an hour. Josephine Smith in the 07 Silverado with Zapstrap Racing put down a 997 at 70 miles an hour. Couple of Fords making their way down the track. Looks like the pickup truck got there first. Put down an 818 at 84 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Non-electronic, no box cars. Come on down to the staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for some quarter-mile passes. Non-electronics. Come on down to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is your call to the staging lanes. So that was Ayan Dalla putting down the quickest time there. 980 at 73 miles an hour. We got Madison McLennan in the left lane, 2014 Honda Fit. Lined up next to the Denside Ford of Owen Harvey. Owen Harvey, 1044, 66 miles an hour. Madison McLennan putting down a 1021 at 58 miles an hour. Gentleman Row now in the left lane in the 2009 Chevy Tahoe. With Bubba's Speed Shop, Winter Harbor Marina, and RV. Gentleman Row leaving a little bit ahead of schedule. McKenna Thompson in the right lane. Tidy launch off the starting line. Stops the timer 9:26 at 75 miles an hour. Gentleman Row with an 11:09 at 64 miles an hour. You got a solo run now for the Chevelle in the right lane. Chevelle Malibu, don't have any information on that car right now, but it is a 71 to 73, that's for sure. 63 thou off the starting line. Making his or her way down the track. 8:12, 77 miles an hour. And that is a wrap for Junior Street first round of qualifying. We'll be moving on to Junior Dragsters coming up next. So starting us off with Junior Dragsters, we got Junior Thunder coming up for their round one of qualifying. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Just wanted to remind you guys, if you're in the non-electronics class, you are called down to the staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Take your pick, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Non-electronics, come on down for some quarter-mile runs. First pair, Junior Dragsters. Starting us off, we got Cadence Rodrigue in the left lane in her 2006 Creative Chassis Junior Dragster. Alex Green in the right lane in his 2017 Mike Boss Junior Dragster, driving with Abstract Glass, Lordco, and Green Bros Racing. Couple of green lights. Alex Green with a better reaction time on that run. 0.68 up front. 9:01, 72 miles an hour. Cadence Rodrigue with a 9:07 at 71 miles an hour. Lucas Kime in the left lane. Driving Allie's Dragon. Lined up next to Pearson Maas in the right lane. Pearson Maas with new elevation civil construction here from Maple Ridge. Pearson Maas, first off the line, 71 thou up front. Lucas Kime stopping the timer first, 1181 at 52 miles an hour. Pearson, 1198, also 52 miles an hour. Now we got Nate Green and Nash Gallant. Nate Green in the left lane, driving with Abstract Glass and Lordco. Got a bit of help with that 2007 Mike Boss Jr. dragster. Nash, he's got some help from Lordco also Mulder Trucking, Crown Doors, and Lori Peterson. Nathan Green, pretty tidy off the launch. 51 thou up front. Stopping the timer first. 891, 71 miles an hour. Nash Gallant putting down a 926, also at 70 miles an hour. Jack Green and Owen Armstrong now. Both drivers driving creative junior dragsters. We got a 2007 in the left lane, a 2004 in the right lane. Jack Green with Abstract Glass, Lordco, and Green Bros Racing. Owen Armstrong got some help today from Crystal DeJager, Mount Fountain Tire, Badass Garage, and JNK Racing, and also Lordco. Four bulbs lit, and a couple of green lights. Owen Armstrong, quickest off the line. 038 reaction time. Jack Green's reaction time started with a 1. Looks like it's going to be Owen Armstrong. Stopping the timer first with a 12:14 at 51 miles an hour. Jack Green with a 12:18 at 52 miles an hour. Grayson Mass and Paige Barlow. Grayson in the left lane with new elevation civil. Paige Barlow In the right lane, the junior dragster with Real Flames paint job. Tidy launch for Paige Barlow. 25 thou up front. Grayson Mass stopping the timer first. 898 at 70 miles an hour. Dallas Jackson and Wesley Armstrong. Dallas Jackson, left lane. Lots of sponsors: TKO Hot Rods, Bayer Workplace Safety Solutions, Rodrigue Family Racing, and Cascade Capital Machine. Wesley Armstrong in the right lane. Don't have a sponsor list, but definitely can see from the tower a giant Fountain Tire decal on the side of it. Wesley Armstrong put down the quickest run in that last race, 9:17 and 69 miles an hour. Danica Harder now in the left lane, Ashton Katnick in the right lane. Danica, Anderson A1 Auto House with New Elevation Real Estate and Lordco. Ashton Katnick with Lordco also, of course, and TK Performance. Ashton Katnick stopping the timer with a 9:02 at 72 miles an hour. Danica Harder putting down a 12:05 at 52. Couple cool looking flamed out junior dragsters here now. Riley Harder in the left lane, Kiera Harder in the right lane.
We'll switch keyboards again.
This is my last Junior Thunder.
Kiera Harder stopping the timer at 12:36 at 49 miles an hour.
But sometimes they have to.
Riley Harder crossing the finish line 21:25, and I believe that is a 5-year-old Junior Dragster. A few weekends ago, I was speaking with his dad. Out there racing at 5 years old. Got a solo run for Noah in the left lane. He's here from Victoria, driving a 2016 Huddleston Junior Dragster with extreme caliber performance, Titan Turbo, and AMDP. And I believe that is the last of our Junior Thunder. We'll be moving on to Junior Lightning now. For Junior Lightning, first round of qualifying. Had to give a quick little shout out here. Fast Lane Racing wanted me to thank, or Fast Lane Racing would like me to announce that they'd like to thank their premier sponsor, Abbotsford Maximum Collision and CarStar, for their support. Hunter Gallant and Allison Kime now. Hunter in the left lane, Allison in the right lane. Hunter with a lot of help from Mulder Trucking, Lori Peterson, Lordco, and Crown Doors. Allison here from Claresholm, Alberta, piloting her 2004 half-scale junior dragster. Hunter with a 2017 Innovation Junior Dragster. Allison leaving a little bit early. 300s too quick at the starting line there. Hunter Gallant, tidy launch, 54 thou up front, putting down a 787 at 81 miles an hour. Allison in that run with a 792 at 80 miles an hour. Isabella Marshall in the left lane in the white and orange and blue Canco car. Driving with Canco and De Silva Auto World. Lined up next to Hunter Thompson in the right lane, the JBS Equipment Junior Dragster. One of the JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters, rather. Tidy launch for Hunter Thompson. 13th thou up front, stopping the timer 8:01 at 82 miles an hour. Isabella Marshall with an 8:12 at 81 miles an hour. Now that junior dragster in the left lane may have seen a certain Nova that matches that car race earlier on. This is Koka Kowalski in the left lane, lined up next to Connor Jackson in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Comp, you are now on standby. Top Comp, this is your first standby call. Standby, Top Comp. Koka Kowalski, clean run on that one for the left lane. 808, 81 miles an hour. Connor Jackson put down an 801 at 80 miles an hour, but left a little bit ahead of schedule. Adam Katnick now in the left lane. In the flaked out red Candy Junior Dragster, driving with Lordco and TK Performance. April Bond, the other JBS Equipment Junior Dragster, in the right lane. Tidy launch for both drivers. April Bond in the JBS car. Hot off the line. 18 thou up front, 797 at 80 miles an hour. Adam Katnick did stop the timer first there, though. 792 at 81. Adeline Duda now in the left lane for a solo run. Rocking a very 90s bright neon paint job on that Junior Dragster. Driving with KJL Holdings, Bumper to Bumper, and Performance World. Adeline Duda stopping the timer with a 786 at 81 miles an hour. And that'll wrap us up for Junior Dragsters for their first round of qualifying. So now we'll be moving on to non-electronics. Some no-box race cars coming up for some quarter-mile runs.
And we got our first pair of non-electronics cars here in the water box. It's going to be Jeff Nyland in the S10 pickup here in the left lane. Josh Klosky over there in the right lane in the little S10 Blazer. battle of the S10s. One with the box variation, one without the box.
Jeff Nyland stopping the timer first in the 85 Chevy. 1085 at 121 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson now in the left lane. Kevin McCauley in the right lane in the 83 Olds Cutlass. 350 powered GM in the right lane. 360 powered Dodge in the left lane. And a couple of green lights. 10 thou up front for Veronica Hodgson. Solid launch. Looks like the Cutlass got there first. 1181 at 113 miles an hour. 1207 at a $1.07 for Veronica. Steve Sheffer in that sweet-looking Firebird in the left lane. Brendan Piskacek in the right lane in his 1990 Ford hatchback Fox body. Firebird stopping the timer first. 1055, 128 miles an hour. Solid launch for that car also. 8 thou up front. Brendan Piskacek puts down a 1365 at 98 miles an hour. He was 44 thou up front. Del Northgraves now in the 77 Chevy Nova in the left lane. Black on black, cool looking car lined up next to the H-body 71 Chevy Vega of Brian Heffel. Del, first off the line. 083 reaction time. H-body getting to the finish line first. 937 at 142 miles an hour. Chevy Nova put down a 1030 at a $1.28. Nick Barnhart in the 85 hatchback Mustang in the right lane. Jessica Armstrong in the 75 Dart in the left lane. 318 powered Dodge, 408 powered Ford. Jessica got some help today from 3K Calibrations. Diesel Doctor Fountain Tire, Lordco Badass Garage, and DRI Racing. Both cars left ahead of schedule. Nick Barnhart left only 1 thou ahead of schedule, put down a 1099 at 122 miles an hour. Armstrong in the Dart, 1347 at a buck at 101. Mike Render now in the 85 S10, driving with Fountain Tire. Ralph Ellers in the right lane in the 91 Fox. Mike Render, 32 thou off the starting line. Ralph Ellers, bit of a sleepy launch for the junkyard dog. Stops the timer 1091 at 122 miles an hour. Mike Render got there first with a 1094 at a $1.20. And we got Dennis Winton in the left lane in the 4-door with only 2 door handles. Lost in Time 1966 Chevy Bel Air. Lined up next to the 76 Dodge of Jeff Bell. 455 powered car in the right lane. Both drivers went red at the starting line. Lost in Time car was the lesser offender. Stop the timer 10:59, 127 miles an hour. Jeff Bell with a 958 at a $1.37. Kai Jessamine Nice looking 85 Regal. Sporting a sweet looking root beer paint job lined up next to the Fox body of William Wood. That's a 92 427 powered Mustang that he calls Ripper. Nothing to write home about at the starting line. But at the finish line, the 85 Regal stops the timer with a 12:44 at 101 miles an hour. 92 Mustang 12:89 at a $112. Jordan Ormsby in the left lane in the 99 F body. Maurice Blendheim in the Nova. Nova getting there first, 11:37 at a $116. Jordan Ormsby putting down a 12:23 at a $110. Chris Stone back around again in his 68 Dodge in the right lane, driving with Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors. Andy Klosky in the Strip Teaser, 1965 Chevy. Nice wheels up launch. And it's going to be the Strip Teaser getting there first. 975, 135 miles an hour. Chris Stone in the 68 Dodge put down a 1038 at a $126. Alex Eburn in the left lane in the 67 Chevy 2. In the right lane in the 65 F100, we have Andy Antle with Antle Towing. And that is a pretty cool looking single cab lawn box pickup truck. Both cars went red. Andy Antle went red by 7/10,000ths of a second. It was a perfect tree on the wrong side of the starting line. Reaction time was 0007 on the wrong side of the starting line. Super Sport Nova with a wheels up launch next to the diesel Ford of Rob Getz. Rob Getz got off the line a little bit too early on that one. Went red by 18 thou. Clean launch for the Nova. 19 thou with a green light. 1082, 119 miles an hour. Couple altered cars now. Lauren Dufour, 23T in the left lane, 540 big block Chevy powered car. Driving today with Do For You Auto Body and Done Right Performance. Jamie Wellwood in the 32 Bantam altered car in the right lane. That's a 565 big block Chevy powered car with TNT Auto Parts and Lordco. Both cars going red again. Jamie Wellwood, the lesser offender, went red by 16 thou. Stopped the timer with an 870 at 128 miles an hour. Lauren Dufour put down an 811 at a $161. Ryan Ledrette and Aiden Ledrette. Aiden in the right lane in the 71 Chevy. Ryan in the left lane. Ryan with the foot brake launch pushed the car over the starting line and went red. Aiden Ledrette, tidy launch, 028 up front, put down an 11.99 at 112 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette with a 13.06 at $110. Tyson Lowe in the 3rd Gen Camaro. Steve Lowe in the 77 Skylark. Little bit of friendly family competition going on here. Tyson left early. Steve Lowe, 53 thou up front, put down a 11.69 at 117 miles an hour. Tyson Lowe with a 12.37 at $108. Now we got a square body S10 lined up next to a square body Chevy. Of course, the 1st gen of S10 is generally known as a square body, but traditionally, if you say square body, the truck that comes to mind is the one that's in the right lane. Kyle Fredrickson's behind the wheel of that truck, 1985 GMC 408 powered truck. Giovanni Aliperti in the left lane, the 1986 S10. Giovanni on a tear down the drag strip. Went red by 5 thou at the starting line. Stopped the timer at 8.83, 152 miles an hour. Kyle Fredrickson in the square body with an 11.69 at $112. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top comp, come on down to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's top comp. Come on down to staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Couple Chevelles now. 71 in the left lane, 70 in the right lane. And Steve McKenzie in the 71 in the left lane. Killer launch. 8 thou up front. That's 008 reaction time. Stops the timer at 10:21, 131 miles an hour. Cyrus Gallant in the right lane. 454 powered 70. Put down at 10:54 at 126 miles an hour. Colleen Davis in the right lane now. She's here from Enderby in the 65 Chevy 2, driving with Skeleton Crew Racing and Lordco. And we got Dave Jung in the left lane, about to hang the hoops in that 96 Camaro. Dave Jung driving with JDS equipment. Hot on the tree, too. Dave Jung. Almost a perfect reaction time. 001 off the starting line. Colleen Davis, solid reaction time also. 9 thou for Colleen Davis up front. Stopped the timer 11:81 at $115. Dave Jung ran a 10:63 at $125. Mal Patterson in the malfunction car, leaving a little bit early there. 31 thou on the wrong side of the starting line in his 68 Acadian. Darren Martin in the 2005 GMC, tidy launch. 3 thou up front, 17:51 at 80 miles an hour. Mal Patterson stopped the timer 10:42 at $129. John Van Capel in the right lane from Quesnel, 1966 Chevy 2. Lined up next to Don Almas in his 69 Dart in the left lane. Both cars leaving a little bit early. Don in the Dart, stopping the timer first. 927, 145 miles an hour. John put down a 977 at 136 miles an hour. Now we have the old and the new. Bobby Ellers in the 89 Mustang. David Trimble in the 2000 Mustang. David Trimble leaving early. Bobby Ellers in the Chev Stang, so we can assume what's under the hood in that Chev Stang. 047 reaction time, put down at 1041 at a $127. David Trimble, despite going red, he was on a tear on that run. 918, 149 miles an hour. Jason Grunlund in that sweet-looking, flamed-out 66 Chevelle. 540 powered car with done-right performance. Lined up next to the 79 Malibu of Russ Mitchell. 509 powered car. What a wheelie. Jason Grunlund launching the front end of that car up in the air, stops the timer at 9:53, 139 miles an hour. Ross Mitchell with the pipe organ sticking out of his hood puts down a 1037, 129 miles an hour. Lorenz Schwartz now in the 83 Monte Carlo in the left lane. Super Sport Monte Carlo, actually the first year of the Super Sport Monte Carlo in a third gen. Lined up next to Jeff Whitworth in his 84 S10. He's got a 436 small block Chevy powered pickup truck. Lorenz Schwartz got some help today from Taves Roofing, Johnson's Custom Exhaust, and LS Gutter Tech. Leaving 3 thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Clean launch for the S10 in the Lordco lane. 30 thou up front, stopping the timer 9:53 at a $140. Lorenz putting down a 1026 at 131. Al Brock and Roy Roman. Plymouth versus Rambler. Plymouth stopping the timer first, 980, 130 miles an hour. 66 Rambler puts down an 1124 at 117 for Roman Metalworks. Ray Bollinger now in the 63 Pontiac in the left lane. Driving with Just Mechanical and A&A Custom Brokers. Will McLennan in the right lane, piloting that 1988 Ford Ranger. Ray Bollinger with the tidier launch. Little Ranger getting there first with a lucky number. 888 at the quarter mile, 153 miles an hour. Ray Bollinger puts down a 1069 at a $123. And that'll be a wrap for Q1 non-electronics. So coming up next, we'll be moving on to Top Comp. We should already have Top Comp in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Lordco Auto Parts. Lordco Auto Parts, 100% Canadian owned company, founded in 1974 in Maple Ridge. It has grown into Western Canada's largest automotive parts retailer with over 85 store locations across BC and Alberta, plus 19 truck centers. Lordco has become the go-to part supplier and for racers, weekend wrenchers, and truck builders all across Western Canada. And having said that little spiel for our Lordco Auto Parts sponsor. It is worth mentioning that July this year, Roy Lord passed away. At 91 years old, he was the co-founder of Lordco in 1971 with Ed Coates. So Roy Lord and Ed Coates, the founders of Lordco. So rest in peace, Roy Lord. 91 years old, he passed away in July. So we got the track crew looking over the track right now. Going to give it a quick little drag, a quick little clean. Make sure we have the best conditions that we can for Top Comp qualifying round 2 coming up shortly. Looks like we have an extra spectator over on the river in the tugboat right now. Someone get in a dinghy and go get some admission payment from that guy. What's the deal there? All right, guys, quick drag of the track. Then we'll get back to racing. I'm going to take 2 minutes and jump back on the microphone shortly. First pair, top comp for qualifying round 2. Pulling up to the starting line right now. We have Jason Gibson in the left lane, Colton Morin in the right lane. Jason Gibson with a clean launch, 41 thou up front, puts down a 500 at 137 miles an hour. Colton Morin leaving 4 thou ahead of schedule, put down a 501 at a $137 also. G. Van Brar and Aaron Young now. G. Van Brar in the left lane in a 2016 undercover dragster. Aaron Young, 2007 PSP dragster. Aaron Young with a clean launch. 11th thou up front, 498, 139 miles an hour. G. Van Brar leaving ahead of schedule, but he put down a 475 at 146 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, this is your call to the staging lanes. Triple index, come on down to lane 1 and 2. Triple index, come on down to staging lanes 1 and 2. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley, this is your standby call. Four bulbs lit for another pair of top comp dragsters. Logan Bell going red by 8 thou. Nick Bond with a clean launch, 64 thou up front, put down a 500 at a $139. Logan Bell with a 457 at 152 miles an hour. Jay Siverson now in the left lane in the 2000 Dodge Dakota. Kimberly Johnkind in the right lane in the 2022 American Dragster. Jay's got a 665 thumping away under the hood of that Dodge. Kimberly with a 648 big block Chevy. Attention in the pits, attention pits, top comp, final call. Final call for top comp to the staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Final call, top comp. Triple index, you should be making your way down to the staging lanes right now, lanes 1 and 2. Brad Powell in the TNT dragster in the left lane. Lincoln Shirk in the undercover dragster in the right lane. 598 cubic inches in the blue car. 632 in the white car. Solid launch for Lincoln Shirk. 007 up front. Brad Powell does get there quicker, though, with a 467 at 147 miles an hour. Lincoln Shirk put down a 491 at a $139. Jeremy Soares now in the dragster in the right lane. In the left lane is Scott Robinson and the 94 Beretta. .615 powered Beretta. 584 powered Cameron dragster. Scott's got some help today from STR Racing, Rad, Postma Farms, Lordco, JS Power Sports, and he wanted to give a shout out to Dad watching the live stream. Robinson going red by 15 thou. Jeremy Soares with a nice launch. 009 reaction time. Stopping the timer at 472 at 147 miles an hour. Robinson with a 501 at a $139. Man, that's a cool looking body on that dragster in the left lane. Raw carbon fiber with the rad torque systems on the side of it. Gets off the starting line, 005 reaction time. Puts down a 516 at 131 miles an hour. The Here Comes Trouble dragster in the right lane. Trip zip on the wrong side of the tree. 7/10,000ths of a second too early at the starting line, lighting up the cherry on the Lordco lane. Ken Orser now in the left lane, 2006 GTO, 598 powered car. Emily Gerard in the right lane. Emily driving her 2001 undercover dragster with Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. Clean launch for both drivers. Ken Orser, quickest off the line, 19th thou up front. Stops the timer 483 at a $145. Emily Gerard did get there first, though, with a 458 at a $151. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple Index, we need you down here. Triple Index, come on down for Q2 to lanes 1 and 2. Solid run for those dragsters. Stopping the timer on both sides of the track. Monique Ambrusi and Justin Bond, both running a 448. 155 miles an hour in the left lane, 153 miles an hour for Justin Bond. Seventh thou margin between those two cars at the finish line. Cam Shantz in the left lane, 37 Chevy. Brandon Thomas in the right lane in the dragster. Brandon Thomas lighting up the wind light, stopping the timer first, 440, 158 miles an hour. Cam Shantz got off the starting line, 8 thou reaction time, 008, put down a 468 at 152 miles an hour. David Kowalski now in the right lane in the 70 Chevy Nova. Stephen Robert in the left lane in the 34 Chevy, the Evil Bucket. Solid launch, Stephen Robert in the left lane, 002 reaction time. David Kowalski in the right lane, 28 thou up front. Stopped the timer first, 510, 107 miles an hour. Stephen in his 34 Chevy put down a 536 at a $126. Andy Hatton driving the Grinch now in the right lane. That's a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. He's got some help from Bubba's Speed Shop and Derek Shirk. Brian Ritchie in the left lane in his 68 Chevelle. Powered by Ritchie Racing Engine 632 and Green Light Auto Sales. And this car looks particularly cool racing at night because he has green lights that light up the track underneath the car. Also, some green lights in the nitrous purge, too. And he just got off the line. Or Andy got off the line, 13th thou too quick. But I was talking about Brian Ritchie. I meant to say, and he just put down a 008 reaction time, 511, 130 miles an hour. Andy Hatton with a 531 at a $129. And closing out our top comp qualifying round number 2 is Paul Soares in his 55 Chevy. 632 powered unit. He's driving with Quick Tech race cars. Well, Paul Soares in that 55 Chevy just put down 11th hour reaction time, 482 at the 8th mile, 147 miles an hour. And drift fans of drifting. We're doing a little thing called Drift to Gift tomorrow. Looking for a little more adrenaline? Drift to Gift is happening from 12 to 7 p.m. tomorrow. For just $40, you can hop in for a ride along with one of our drift drivers and experience drifting from inside the car. And the best part, your ride supports a great local cause. Proceeds from Drift to Gift will benefit Mission Memorial Hospital through the Fraser Valley Healthcare Foundation, helping fund much-needed equipment for our local hospital. So come out, hang on tight, and turn some sideways fun into support for our community. Drift to Gift, 12 to 7 p.m. tomorrow, $40 per ride. And if you're a fan of drifting, coming up is Spec D Pro Drift Series. So this is round 4, the final fight at Mission Raceway Park, Sunday, August 30th, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. And in front of me, I have a stack of free tickets. So if you're in the audience right now, if you're in the grandstands, the first 4 people to come up to the tower and say, I want some free tickets for Spec D, I will hand you those tickets. I'm going to be doing this twice today, so you'll have 2 chances, but I got 4 tickets for your name on it. If you want to check out the professional drift drivers, come on up to the tower and say which one of you is Mike Slick, and Mike Slick, who is me, will hand you 4 free tickets to Spec D Drifting. Come out and have a great time. It's going to be awesome. All right, guys. Well, those 4 tickets for the Spec D event have been claimed. Someone ran up here real quick. 4 tickets for the Spec D. A little bit later on, I will be making another call to hand out the other 4. But right now, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mods, this is your call to the staging lanes and exhibition. Pro Mods and exhibition. So Pro Mod, we will put you in lanes 5 and 6. Exhibition 3 and 4. That's Pro Mod 5 and 6, Exhibition 3 and 4. Well, while the track crew is giving the track a little rotate and a quick drag, at the winner's circle, there's quite a few Ford vehicles parked out there behind grandstand number 1 next to the tower. Just wanted to give a shout out to River Valley Ford, as this is the title sponsored River Valley Ford drag strip here at Mission Raceway. Mission's only Ford dealership serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location. It's a single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. From daily drivers to Super Duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters. Sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts to keep you moving all season long.
Hello. Hi. What can I do for you? Do you have your own flavor, or are you just doing a temporary?
Well, while the track is getting a little bit of a freshening up, I'm going to drop another August 21st, this day in motoring history for you guys. We're talking August 21st, 1962, the birth of the capo idea. On August 21st, 62, Chevrolet issued an internal memo titled 1963 Performance Program, NASCAR and Drags. It came from Vince Piggins, who is in charge of Chevrolet's performance program. That memo was part of the groundwork that eventually led to Chevrolet's Capo, Central Office Production Order performance cars, including the legendary 427 ZL1 Camaro.
No worries. So basically, are you just taking pictures today? So
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So we should have Pro Mods on the way down to lanes 5 and 6, Exhibition to lanes 3 and 4. Top Fuel Harley, this is your call to the staging lanes 1 and 2. Door slammers on standby. That's Top Fuel Harley. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Door slammers on standby. So I'll give you kind of a cool fact. August 21st, the birth of Capo idea. Some people say Capo, some people say Copo. David Freiberger says Capo, so I say Capo. And here's one for the guys who appreciate a car that simply refuses to die. August 21st marked the anniversary of the introduction of the Volvo 240. The famous Swedish brick was launched in 1974 and stayed in production all the way until 1993. That's 19 years of basically telling the automotive world, nope, we're not changing it. And I was talking about drifting earlier. There is a drifter who comes here quite often to race at the road course, or drift at the road course, rather. He has a YouTube channel, Drifts and Lifts, an extremely talented drifter, exclusively driving those old bricky Volvos. Gets those things tuned up with bigger turbos and holds them sideways and cooks the tires pretty well for those old Swedish bricks. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Rad Torque Systems. Rad Torque Systems, a Canadian company founded in 1994 and headquartered in Abbotsford. They design and manufacture high-performance torque wrenches and bolting systems, especially the battery, pneumatic, and electronic rad guns used in heavy-duty industries. Built right here in the Fraser Valley, Rad Torque Systems has become a global name in precision torque tools, keeping everything from race wheels and heavy haulers to mining gear and aerospace hardware tightened to exact spec. 2:20 p.m. and it's a quiet track. So now is a good time as any. If you skip lunch to head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack, grab yourself a bite to eat. While you're there, across the way from the Half Track Snack Shack is the Pro Shop. T-shirts, stickers, all sorts of cool stuff in there. All sorts of automotive memorabilia. So head on down there, pick yourself up a T-shirt, grab yourself a bite to eat. Or grab yourself a cold drink. Got some cloud cover rolling in right now, but still a toasty day. Stay hydrated out there, guys. Well, I hear we're just about ready to go. Just wanted to give everyone in the pits a reminder. Helmets on anything that isn't a golf cart. So if you're riding anything with 2, 3, 4 wheels that is not a golf cart, please wear your helmet. If you're driving something non-human powered, you must be 16 or older. Nick Dudas smoking those tires in his 63 Corvette. And once again, this is a 393 small block Chevy powered 63 Corvette, which is the quickest conventional small block Chevy in the world. So Nick Duda can achieve some pretty wild figures with a heck of a lot of boost being shoved down the throat of that 393. He's driving today with Performance World and BDL Automotive.
Well, when I left
Well, solid launch for that car. 45 thou up front, was pulling hard. the front tires were in the air until he got out of it. So I'm not sure, and I didn't quite see if the car started to stray to one direction or the other. But he pulled off that throttle pretty quick. Coasted across the finish line with a 610 at 76 miles an hour at the 8th. Dale Pedersen now from Dawson Creek in his 1969 Camaro, 525 powered unit, for another solo run in the Tower Lane. Dale Pedersen puts down a 391, 3-second eighth mile. Man, 200 miles an hour. He was 079 at the starting line there. And that is a wrap for Q2 Pro Mods. We're moving on to Top Fuel Harleys now. Top Fuel Harley, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. This is the Western Canadian Top Fuel Harley Race Series, brought to you by Easy Vape, Parksville and Port Alberni, the contingency sponsor for the #1 qualifier and winner is from Cold Water Spirits. So it looks like we have Jim Schellenberg suiting up, getting the bike ready to go. Jim Schellenberg with Rip It Up Racing. He's going to make the first pass on his Top Fuel Harley. Hold your ears, folks. These things are some noisy machines. It's a different kind of breed who rides these things, too. Takes a serious pair of skills and talents. Jim Schellenberg putting down a 725 at 153 miles an hour. That bike is capable of a bit more than that. 1 second reaction time, so not sure what happened at the starting line there, but here we go. Nitro Harley pair up, Dana Meeks and Austin Christopher. This is Dana Meeks' first race back after a 10-year hiatus. Austin Christopher in the right lane with Fast Lane Racing, two-time Nitro Harley champion and holder of many records. Austin Christopher, front wheel in the air until past half track, puts down a 645 at 194 miles an hour. Dana Meeks with a 697 at a $167. These things are absolute machines. Basically purpose-built nitro monsters, not modified street Harleys. They use a tube chassis and retain key Harley-Davidson engine characteristics. Pushing about 1,500 horsepower from a V-twin is typical, from an engine that's tiny compared to the Top Fuel dragster. They burn approximately 98% nitromethane, the same basic family of fuel that makes Top Fuel dragsters so violent. NHRA rules require the engine to retain Harley-style pushrod V-twin architecture, with the rules allowing up to 200 cubic inches for normally aspirated combinations and 170 cubic inches for supercharged combinations. Solo run for Ron Billett. He's here from Nanaimo. Put down a 7:38 at 149 miles an hour. Well, what do you guys think about these Top Fuel Harleys? There are Harleys, and then there are Top Fuel Harleys. This is what happens when somebody asks, how much horsepower can we get out of a V-twin? And nobody says stop. I mean, 2 cylinders, 1,500 horsepower. Absolutely wild ride. Front tire hanging in the air for most of these runs. The rider basically just shifts their weight left and right to keep it in the middle of the track. The middle of their lane, rather. Looks like Pete Wow got his Harley figured out. It's fired up. He's here from Gabriola. Pete Wow, Big Kids Racing and Hooligan is who he is riding with and representing today. Hard launch, a lot of wheel spin, and a little part came falling off that bike. Just past the starting line, not sure what happened there besides the broken traction. Spectators, you are in for a real treat. If you look under the bridge in the tower lane, the Samax funny car is getting ready to run. This thing is an absolute animal. And it is very loud. Loud and fast. How we like it here. And here we go, folks. We're looking for a 5-second run, 260 plus miles per hour. Mission Raceway's current top alcohol funny car track record is 5:42. Set on June 10th by Brian Howe. This year, starting us off with a big old burnout. That's Max Yaremko from Westlock, Alberta, in that 2025 Chevrolet bodied funny car. Well, that was a little bit wild. That did not go as planned. Car had a hard time staying at the starting line. Launched and spun tire before the green light. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. Door slammers, come on down to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's door slammers. Come on down to the staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, that was quite a wild run. That top alcohol car looked like it was a bit of a handful at the starting line there. So coming up next, we have a qualifying round for door slammers. Door slammers first round of qualifying. Q1 door slammers, come on down to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Just doing a little bit of starting line maintenance here. Feels like a good time to talk about JBS equipment. JBS Equipment is a Canadian agricultural equipment manufacturer founded in the early 2000s, operating from a 6,000 square foot facility with its main headquarters and fabrication plant in Mission. They've grown through a dealer network across Canada, the US, and even Australia. Built tough right here in Mission, JBS Equipment has become a global name in heavy-duty farm machinery with Fraser Valley-built spreaders, trailers, and baggers working fields all across North America and beyond. Well, I mentioned it earlier, but race fans, if you're looking for a little more adrenaline tomorrow, Drift to Gift is happening from 12 to 7 p.m. For just $40 if you'll be here tomorrow, you can hop in for a ride along with one of our drift drivers and experience drifting from inside the car. And the best part, your ride supports a great local cause. Proceeds from Drift to Gift will benefit Mission Memorial Hospital through the Fraser Valley Healthcare Foundation, helping fund much needed equipment for our local hospital. So come out, hang on tight, and turn some sideways fun into support for our community. Drift to Gift, 12 to 7 p.m., $40 per ride. And drifting and stunt driving and stunt riding, always fun to watch. Tonight around 8:30 p.m. Not entirely set in stone, but around that time we have the Motorcycle Stunt Show. And during that Motorcycle Stunt Show, I think that's the time when I'm going to be giving away some more Spec D Pro Drift Series tickets. I got 4 more to give out. Some free tickets for August 30th. Spec D presents Pro Drift Round 4, the final fight at Mission Raceway Park. Sunday, August 30th, 2026, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. And I've got free tickets I'm going to be giving them away around 8:30 during the Motorcycle Stunt Show. Or before or after. Haven't quite decided yet. But keep your ears peeled around then.
So Mike's going to go have some lunch right now. So I'll take over while he's gone. Try to keep you entertained. Track temperature right now is about 125 degrees. And what happens is we have to kind of scrape the starting line. As you can see, that's what the crew's doing right now in patching some bald spots. You got a buildup of rubber on it, then it starts getting a little gooey. So we got to kind of flatten it out and straighten it out and make it perfect for the cars. And the door slammer guys, they're going to love it. So sorry for this short delay, but we'll try to get this all done as quickly as we can and get back at it.
And hey, just while we got some downtime, if you have not yet come over to the pit side and perused our vendors and sponsors who are here today, they've got some swag and stuff to give out. So we got Lordco Auto Parts. They are set up next to the hell of a Chevy, the Yeti tent. They have lots of swag to give out. Costco's here selling discounted memberships if you don't have a Costco membership yet. As well as F Cancer and the Fraser Valley Health Society, who are raising money for some good causes. As Mike mentioned before, Drift to Gift is in support of the Fraser Valley Health Society tomorrow. So if you do want to come and ride along in a drift car, all for charity, of course, it is, I believe, $40 donation to get your seat in a drift car with a professional stunt driver. Also, if you look behind you, you got the bouncy castles up there. Next to there, we also have some racing simulators. So you can actually drive a virtual car on the Mission Raceway road course, as well as they've got some merch and portable barbecue over there where we got a couple different options rather than having to wait in the big line at the concession. Great thing to go peruse while we got some downtime.
Hey, look at that. There's Ricky Bobby wandering over to the grandstands in his Wonder Bread fire suit. So the guys are getting buckled back into the car. They're getting, I shouldn't say getting, they're getting back into the cars and buckled in, and we'll be underway shortly with the Canada West Door Slammers. So hopefully you've been able to get over to the concession stand to get that chicken club sandwich they got. It's awesome. Like their onion rings too. They're nice and crisp. And don't forget all our event shirts. And we do have an event shirt for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Hopefully you got over there and got it. So again, a West Door Slammer is brought to you by Associated Tires out of Campbell River. Roger Winter over here in the tower side of the racetrack with the Willies, and Jordan Almas out of Enderby with the 69 CUDA. This could be their first hit of the track for the day, They'll be back a couple more times. Roger brought to you by Jim Winter Collectibles. Roger stopping the timers first with an 8:19 at 162 miles an hour. The Jordans 8:25 at 163 miles an hour. Their reaction time going to Jordan with 77 to 92 for Roger. Next pair of cars, Enright Zacharias, 1953 Corvette. Tower side of the racetrack, Lordco lane is Ken Christensen out of Salmon Arm, the 72 Chevy pickup truck. Zacharias, sponsored by Zacharias Investments Limited. Ken Christensen brought to you by the Old Car Center and Chaotic Customs. Henry with the better reaction time at 20 to a 29. He also got the timers first. 772 at 168 miles an hour to Christensen's 832 at 161. So all the way from Chetwynd, BC is Dale Phillips over at Lordco Lane with the 67 Shelby Mustang. Tower side of the racetrack, out of Mission City, Jason Field, the 71 Chevelle. Sponsored by Richie Racing, Engines, Green Light Auto Sales, TK Performance, On Tap Racing, and Scotty Details. Jason goes through, stops the timers at 719, 189 miles an hour to the 880 at 116 for Dale Phillips. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Standby call, Outlaw 275. Standby call and limited standby call for you guys. Standby call. Craig Fredrickson out of Duncan, BC with the 67 Nova. Beautiful looking car over here in the tower side. And he's going up against Washington State's Mike Bedsworth with the 1996 Olds Cutlass. Oh, look at Bedsworth, 001 reaction time to the 37 of Fredrickson. Getting there first is Bedsworth with a 716, 191 miles an hour. Tower side of the racetrack, a 715 at 192. Next pair of cars, Chris Lloyd out of Oyama, BC, 1997 Chevrolet Camaro, tower side of the racetrack. Lordco Lane out of Lac La Hache, Andy Antle with the Chevy Cobalt. So on Antle's car, they were adjusting the wheelie bars. Both in at stage now. The better light going to the tower lane. A 78 reaction time to a 439 reaction time for Antle. He was a little bit late. Getting to the top end first is the Lordco Lane, a 764 at 183 miles an hour. Tower side, a 155 at an 850. TCS side of the racetrack, out of Port Alberni, is Kerry Young with his 2003 Chevrolet S10 pickup truck, brought to you by Young's Mechanical. Lordco Lane, out of Shawnigan Lake, is Paul Debris with the 66th Valiant. Sponsored by Straight Line Race Cars in Shawnigan Lake Trucking. .008 red for Paul Debris, the 32 light for Kerry Young. Getting there first is the tower side with an 842 at 159 miles an hour. Boy, an 849 with an 8. Debris went 849 with a 9.9 at 159 miles an hour. Otto Schultz out of Black Creek, BC with that 2005 Chevrolet Cavalier. TCS side of the racetrack, sponsored by Associated Tire, Hearing Life, Odium Brown, Georgia Street, Collision, Lordco, and Rondex. Lordco Lane, Darren Buick out of Mission City with the 67 Chevy 2. Sponsored by Evans Excavating and Mid-Island Engines. Otto with a 003 light. Darren with a 54 in the reaction time department. Getting there first was the TCS lane with a 756, 181 miles an hour to the Lordco lanes, 819 at 162. Mark Thompson out of Coldstream, BC with the 1954 Studebaker TCS side of the racetrack. And Brody Soares with the 2003 Chevrolet Cavalier. So Brody Soares down here with his dad, his brother, all racing this weekend, all the way down from Terrace. Brody goes 012 red. Mark Thompson goes 017 to the good. Getting to the top end first, it was the Tower side, a 753 at 181 miles an hour to a 780 at 176 over in the Lordco lane. Zach Joyce, he'll be in the TCS lane with that 48 Austin, 512 cubic inches under the hood. Over to Lordco lane out of Langley is James Kennedy with the 2004 Grand Am. Grand Am with a 018 light, stops the timers first with a 704 at 195 miles an hour. TCS side of the racetrack, Zach Joyce goes 768 with an 8 at 163 miles per hour. Andy Hatton out of Langley with a 69 Chevrolet Camaro, Tower side of the racetrack. Over from Duncan, Paul Stretch with the Chevy Cavalier. .588 cubic inches, big block Chevrolet Tower lane, 638 cubic inches, Big Block Chevrolet, Lordco Lane. Andy Haddon with the better light and 048 reaction time to Paul Stretch's 087. Getting there first was Stretch with a 732, 191 miles an hour to the TCS Sides 832 at 161. Cam Schatz out of Prince Rupert, 37 Chevrolet, Tower side of the racetrack, going up against Brian Ritchie, that 68 Chevelle. He's out of Portco, Portland. Sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines and Green Light Auto Sales. Reaction time for Brian Ritchie. Chance with a 30 light. Getting there first was the TCS Lane with a 727, 190 miles an hour to a 797 at 167 for Ritchie in the Lordco Lane. Rod LeClaire out of Victoria, the 67 Chevrolet Camaro, TCS side of the racetrack. Special thanks to Sean Issel, Joe and Brenda LeClaire, Ken Sahota, and Brad Mooney. Lordco Lane out of Port Alberta used Chad Edwin with that 82 Chevy S10 pickup truck. Rod purging the nitro system. And one of the crew guys setting the wheelie bars. Right now, the number one qualifier is James Kennedy with a 704. Let's see what Leclerc can do. This car usually runs in the sixes. That guy stage on the other lane. You gotta watch that. Oh, 17 reaction time. Leclerc, let's see what he puts up on the leaderboard. Top end of the racetrack goes through 690 at 198 miles an hour. To Chad's 777 at 176 miles an hour in the Lordco Lane. So Scott Robinson went through with a 784, 174 miles an hour. He's in the Lordco lane. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Hey, Outlaw 275. Lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for Outlaw 275. Limited 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for limited. Bo Freeborn had a coordinate with the 67 Shelby Tower side of the racetrack, going up against Arlington, Washington's Mike Kenworthy, 1992 Firebird. Great to see Mike here. He was in the hospital there the other day. Glad to see he's back out and about. Reaction time going to Kenworthy with a 16 to Pose 23. Stopping the timers first, the TCS lane, 717, 190 miles an hour. To the Lordco lanes, 826 at 164. Shane Ledger out of Maple Ridge, a 66 Nova, Tower side of the racetrack. Steve Lowe, the 1992 Firebird, Lordco lane. Both drivers taking their time staging the cars. .002 red for Steve Lowe. And 052 light for Shane. Looks like Steve's slowing down a little bit over in the Lordco lane. Shane goes through with an 856 at 156 miles an hour. So, Outlaw cars, you guys should be making your ways to the lane, and so should the limited cars. 3 and 4 for the limited, 5 and 6 for the Outlaw 275. A new build out of Rob Dazzaroni's shop. Robin behind the controls. making a licensing run, getting the car all sorted out. Robin the movie guy. Yeah, sort of wears the center line a little bit and wisely gets out of it and drives it on through to the top end. Goes through the 992 at 108 miles an hour. I'm going to turn the mic over to Kevin.
Well, thank you, Wally. Wally's got to go run a tractor, so I'm going to be on the mic here for a little bit while he does that. We got one more exhibition run coming up here for you. We got a treat. It's the Island Nitro front engine nostalgia nitro dragster. Gonna make a pass here, just getting all suited in, and then we will be getting the track ready for the 275 and limited classes. Yes, and as Mike just said, a real short shift for me. Mike is back in the tower, so I'm going to hand it over to him now.
Mike Slick Wone back on the microphone, and still a hot day despite the overcast skies. I just got back from lunch break. Chicken strips and fries, my favorite, down at the Half Track Snack Shack. And although they don't have ice cream, you can beat the heat. They have freezies going on at the Half Track Snack Shack right now. If you want to cool yourself down by a few degrees, go on down there and pick yourself up a freezie. Well, that was a wrap for Door Slammers, so we're just doing a little bit of track prep right now, making sure we have perfect track conditions. Then we'll be moving on to the second round of qualifying for Outlaw 275. So during this little break, I got a little racing history from August 21st in the past. August 21st, 1929, Elmo Langley was born. Langley became a NASCAR pioneer and later served as NASCAR's pace car driver for many years. He was also one of the sport's early stars in the modified division. So hang tight for a little bit, guys. Got some 275 cars in the staging lanes now, so they're going to be pulling onto the tracks to make some passes shortly. Shout out Mopac Auto Supply, the title sponsor of our Street Legal series, which happens here on Friday nights for the Friday Night Street Legals. Mopac's been Canada's go-to high-performance parts supplier since 1973, with 2 superstore locations today, Langley and Edmonton. After more than 50 years in the game, they're known for carrying 200-plus product lines from major performance brands, making them a huge name for racers, hot rodders, muscle cars, and street machines. From dyno tuning and power testing to the parts that make the difference on race day, Mopac Auto Supply in Langley has been fueling Western Canada's performance scene since 1973. And they're right here backing Friday Night Street Legal Racing. So Friday Night Street Legals, a great time. $10 to get through the gates, only $10. Very affordable night of fun. And if you are a Mission resident with a Mission address, show proof of address at the gates and you get in for free. Well, folks, under the tower, you can see a front-engine dragster. This is a nitro car, and this is actually a nitro small block front-engine dragster about to make some noise here. This should be a fun run to watch. Attention in the pits. We have a racer in distress. Racer in distress call. Emma Debris pitted by the scale. She needs an 1/8" pipe pressure gauge. An 1/8" pipe pressure gauge for Emma Debris pitted by the scale. So if you have an 1/8" pipe pressure gauge, head on over to the scale, find the Here Comes Trouble car. That would help her continue on her race day and race weekend. It would be appreciated. Well, that nitro small block makes a heck of a nice sound. Not the tidiest run, was in and out of the throttle there. Well, in case you guys didn't hear it earlier, we have a racer in distress, Emma Debris, looking for an 1/8" pipe pressure gauge. She's pitted by the scale. We have another racer in distress looking for a TIG welder. Nitro Harley, Ron Billett's Nitro Harley in pit number 17 has a broken frame. They need a section of their motorcycle's frame welded back together. So if you have a TIG welder and you are on site, head on down to pit number 17. Ron Billett, Nitro Harley's got some welding job for you. with a cracked frame on his bike. So earlier on, I announced a racer in distress. Emma Debris was looking for an 8th pipe pressure gauge. She's pitted by the scale, but I heard she's moving on to bigger issues. We do have a racer in distress for a Barry Grant 400 fuel pump. Same pit, same driver, Emma Debris, the Here Comes Trouble car. She needs a Barry Grant 400 fuel pump. If you could help her out with that, I'm sure Emma and her crew would greatly appreciate that. So just to recap, she's looking for an 8th pipe pressure gauge and more importantly, a Barry Grant 400 fuel pump. She's pitted by the scale, the Here Comes Trouble car. The other racer in distress, looking for a TIG welder. Ron Billett, Nitro Harley. Broken frame, pit number 17, but it's my understanding that there might already be help on the way for Ron Billett. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Real Street, this is your call to the staging lanes. Real Street to the staging lanes, 5 and 6, please. And electronics, you are on standby. Real Street, 5 and 6, electronics on standby. Here we go again. First pair pulling into the burnout box right now. Tyler Stamler in the 2000 S10 in the left lane. A truck he likes to call Mini Me. He's racing today with Gen 3 speed, on point, and performance fuel injection. He's lined up next to Jeff Whitworth in his 1963 Chevy in the Lordco lane. Man, well, that was a nice first run for both drivers. Clean reaction times. Jeff Whitworth, 10th thou up front. Tyler Stamler got there first, though, 434, 175 miles an hour. Jeff Whitworth in the Chevy 2 putting down a 445 at $1.68. Couple 2004 Mustangs now. Cade Shirk in the blue car. John Cuglietta in the gold car. Both cars are 2004 Mustangs. Both cars are LS powered. John's car in the right lane he calls Balboa. Driving with ACC Service Truck Upfitters, Rival Aggregates, and Mulder Trucking.
Okay, we got a couple of welders lined up.
Four bulbs lit and a couple of green lights. Very similar reaction times from both drivers, but it's going to be John Cuglietta getting there first. 440, 171 miles an hour. Cade Shirk putting down a 446 at $1.62. Cade Shirk with a better reaction time on that run. A better 60-foot time, too. Actually, it was a quicker run all the way up to the 8th mile. So between the 330 and the 8th mile, John Cuglietta's car gathered itself together and tore past Cade Shirk's car to get there first. 62 thou was the margin between those two cars at the finish line. Tyler Levy and Chris Gould now. 86 Ford Mustang in the left lane, driven by Tyler. Chris and his 2017 Camaro with CT Automotive. Attention in the pits, just a reminder to real street drivers, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Electronics, you're still on standby. So real street, once again, lanes 5 and 6, please. Electronics on standby. Justin Teal and Bree King now. Justin's here from Spokane, Washington, his 1991 OBS Chevy truck. 388 LS Dart Block. Powering that truck down the drag strip today. Bree's Mustangs here from Red Deer, Alberta. Bree King getting there first in her Mustang. 461, 164 miles an hour. Solid launch, too. Quicker off the line. 51 thou up front. Justin Teal in the 91 pickup truck put down a 508 at 145 miles an hour. Justin Gallant in the left lane in his 85 Mustang. Lined up next to Zach Kane in the 67 Chevy Camaro in the right lane. Zach Kane's car is powered by a 636 big block Chevy. And he's driving today representing Kane's Auto and Marine. Justin Gallant car in the left lane. 365 small block Ford powered. Justin Gallant, a little bit of wheel spin on that run, got out of it early. Zach Kane with a tidy run, put down a 5:35 at 122 miles an hour. Well, guys, Emma Debris just came up to the tower once again. Earlier on, I had a racer in distress call, well, multiple racer in distress call for the Here Comes Trouble car. It seems like most of their issues is sorted out. So she just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for helping them out to continue their weekend here. I also heard that Ron Billett's Harley is well underway to being repaired. Lots of wheel spin in the left lane for Parm Jawanda in the 91 hatchback. Eric McCarthy had a bit of a tidy run in his 87 Mustang. Put down a 465 at 166 miles an hour. Parm Jawanda with that wheel spin in his car that he calls Night Shift. Well, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Parm. Got another Mustang in the burnout box. Aiden Katnick in his 89 Mustang Notchback. 388 LS powered car. Driving with TK Performance and Lordco. Lining up next to another Fox body, this one a hatchback. All right, guys, Mustang v Mustang race here. Almost a deep stage for the red car. Tidy launch for both cars. Gray Mustang was way in the lead on that run. 37th thou up front, put down a 445 at 168 miles an hour. Sean Letson in the left lane with a 501 at a $154. Well, here's something you don't see every day. An Australian import. This is an Australian Holden. Out here for just a test run. The car originated in Australia, but he actually drove the car up from California. Wow. 774 with an early lift. You could see when that thing got into the boost, it just squatted and boogied. 142 miles an hour for that run. 488 at 161 at the 8th mile. And I got a feeling that car's got quite a bit more in it off the starting line too. Cool little machine. And now a horse of a different breed altogether for another solo pass. Great looking car. Car really hang on to that gear there. Seemed like it didn't want to shift. Put down a 539 at 105 miles an hour. Nice and clean off the tree, 15 thou up front. That car was actually part of the Mission Raceway booth at the Vancouver International Auto Show this year. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics. Electronic cars, come on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you're in the electronics class, come on down. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And junior program, you'll be coming up next after the electronics, so just keep that in mind. But for now, we'll take electronics 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you. Brad Thomas now in the notchback Mustang in the tower lane. Tej Sangha in the right lane in the hatchback. Just a heads up, spectators, the beer garden is open. So on the north side of the half-track snack shack, you'll see the fenced-off area, which is the beer garden. So if you'd like to go get yourself an adult beverage to beat the heat, you're welcome to do so. Head on down to the beer garden by the half-track snack shack on the north side. That was an interesting run. Car in the right lane hooked up. Car in the left lane, lots of wheel spin. Car in the right lane got out of it. Car in the left lane kept going. Brad Thomas put down the quickest time on that run, 6:08, 137 miles an hour. Sean Martin in the G-Body Pontiac in the tower lane. Josh Hendrick in the 93 Mustang in the right lane. Josh Hendrick driving today with Complete Utility Contractors, Bullseye Power Turbochargers, Lordco, and Circle D Specialties. Tidy run for Sean Martin. 0.68 reaction time, put down a 5:45 at a $1.29. Josh Hendrick must have had some issues there when he was trying to build boost at the starting line. His light went green and he said, nope, not ready to go yet. Took his time getting off the line. But we are just in qualifying, so not a major deal. Everett Hoth now out of Maple Ridge in the 86 Buick in the tower lane. Very Grand National looking car. Not sure if it is. Could be a Buick T-type car also. 1970 Nova in the right lane with Gen 3 speed is Roy Lasik. Purging some nitrous across the windshield there. Bulbs lit and a couple of green lights. Roy Lasik in the Nova. Tidy or leave. Gets to the finish line first. Also 5:22 at 134. Everett Hoth put down a 5:33 at a $1.33. Now we got Vanessa Richards in her 89 Mustang. Little blue notchback car in the Lordco lane for a solo run. 438 small block Ford powered car. She's got some help today from Gen 3 Speed, Precision Concepts, Angle Plug Racing, JS Power Sports, Stamler Racing, and Jim Clipperton and Lordco. $65 thou up front, 505 at the 8th. Crossing the stripe at 136 miles an hour. We got Ian Higginson in the left lane, 1998 Chevy Camaro, lined up next to the Ford pickup truck of Rob Getz. Very similar reaction times from both drivers. And it's going to be Ian Higginson getting there first, putting down an 11:08 at 123 miles an hour. Rob Getz with an 11:93 at a $1.19. Mike ends now. And the 2002 Ford in the left lane. Jen Stoutenberg in the 1980 Malibu. Mike ends. Crown Door Comp 2025 BC Drag It Truck Class Champ. Having a bit of issues with that old Ford Harley Davidson pickup truck. Something went wrong there. Got out of it early. Jen Stoutenberg in the 80 Malibu with an 11:18 at 118 miles an hour. That Ford truck is still inching its way down the track. Not sure what happened there. We got Terry Hoogstens in the right lane in his 66 Chevy Nova. Lined up next to Claudine Deschênes in her 91 GT Mustang. Terry Hoogstens lighting up the cherry by 19 thou, leaving a bit early. Claudine Deschênes. Her reaction time started with a 2. She put down a 11:59 at 121 miles an hour. Terry Hoogstens with an 11:98 at a $1.14. Rob Monroe now in the 31 Ford in the left lane. Taryn Monroe in the right lane in the 1944. Little father-daughter pair up here. Rob goes red by 4th out. Taryn Monroe, bit of a sleepy start, but she got off the starting line with a clean run. Rob crossing the finish line with an 880 at a $1.51. Taryn Monroe with a 12:01 at 114 miles an hour. Steve Sheffer and Josh Klosky now. Josh Klosky in the right lane in his S10 Blazer. 364 powered unit. Steve Sheffer in the 69 Firebird. That's a 409 powered Pontiac. 409 Chevy powered Pontiac. Steve Sheffer getting there first. 11:30 at 117 miles an hour. Josh Klosky in that run with a 001 reaction time at the starting line. Locking down on 11:85 at a $1.15. Top 3 qualifiers so far: Brody Soares, Jeff Bell, and Nick Bond. Jeff Alder in a little 27 Ford Hot Rod in the left lane. He's here from Shawnigan Lake. 454 big block powered car lined up next to that little H-body. Mark Muscant's 1977 Chevy Monza. Monza leaving a little bit early on that one. Getting to the finish line, 1/100th of a second quicker than Jeff Alder. Jeff Alder with a clean launch. 53 thou up front, puts down a 10:21 at 125 miles an hour. Jeff Bell now in the 76 Dodge in the left lane. He's here from Oliver. We got Rebecca Powell in the 83 S10 Blazer in the right lane. Rebecca's up from Linden. Nice wheels up launch from Jeff Bell. Rebecca Powell, 10 thou up front. Decent reaction time. She crosses the stripe with a 10:85. at 121 miles an hour. Jeff Bell with a 965 at a buck 37. And now we have Mike Robinson in the 1927 Roadster in the left lane, lined up next to Cody Marshall in the right lane. With Marshall's Mechanical. Mike Robinson off the starting line. Starting line reaction time was just about exactly twice as good as Cody Marshall's. Puts down a 934 at 138 miles an hour. Cody Marshall with a 1005 at a buck 34. Now we got a couple dragsters. Dragster v Dragster. Colton Morin in the left lane with Morin Motorsports. Jason Gibson in the right lane. .615 big block Chevy in the left lane, 582 in the right lane. Clean reaction times from both drivers. Colton Morin putting down the faster time, 787 at 170 miles an hour. Jason Gibson, 4 thou quicker at the starting line. 19 thou reaction time, put down a 794 at a buck 67. Shea Svedek now and Martin Rochelle. Shea is in the 1970 front engine dragster. 406 Chevy powered. I heard just recently got some new heads on that engine. They're working out great. She's got some help today from the Vancouver Giants, JJS SIA Abrasives, Innovative Manufacturing, and Bumper to Bumper. Martin Rochelle in the right lane in the 78 Malibu. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior class, this is your time to come on down to the staging lane. So, Junior Street, you guys are going to be in lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Again, juniors. Street, 5 and 6. Thunder, 1. Lightning, 2. That's Erin Young going for a solo pass in her dragster. Put down a 787 at 171 miles an hour. And Kevin Garlock's 1971 Camaro had a bit of spillage going on underneath the car. Lucky that was caught before he made a pass down the drag strip. So it should be a pretty quick little tidy up. Well, just a quick mop and some leaf blowers is a good sign. Looks like just water down on the track, nothing slippery. back in action. Kevin McNichol in the right lane in the Rad Torque Systems 67 Nova. And that was Ron Fawcett in the 1923 slightly altered Model T. Ron Fawcett in the Tower Lane, of course, driving with straight line race cars. Both cars went red at the starting line there. Kevin McNichol was the lesser offender. He only went red by 6 thou, put down a 996 at 134 miles an hour. Ron Fawcett with a 902 at a $164. And another pair of dragsters. Emily Gerard in the left lane. In her 2002 undercover dragster, 585 big block Chevy powered unit with Rad Torque Systems on the side of it. She's also got some help today from Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. In the right lane, we have Nick Bond driving his 2003 Cameron dragster. Clean run for Emily Gerard. 45 thou up front, stopping the timer at 7:19, 185 miles an hour. Nick Bond clearly had some issues going on with that run. Did not get into full power once during that race. Steve Veach and Wes Hendricks. Steve Veach in the blue 72 Duster. 340 car powered by a Mopar 416. He's here from Courtney. Wes Hendricks from Heffley Creek, BC in the 68 Ford. 391 Cleveland car in the left lane. That Ford got off the line a lot quicker and got to the end of the racetrack quicker. Also, 10:41, 128 miles an hour. Steve Veach in the blue car putting down an 11:09 at a $124. Greg Dowdy and Brad Powell. Brad Powell in the blue car in the right lane. That's a 2015 T&T dragster powered by a 598. He's up from Linden, Washington. Greg Dowdy in the Rad Torque Systems car in the left lane. Love the look of that car. Raw carbon fiber. Great looking unit. Greg Dowdy in the left lane with a quicker reaction time, but it's going to be Brad Powell getting there first. 7:37, 180 miles an hour. Greg Dowdy putting down an 820 at a $160. And I got to say, after multiple racer in distress calls for Emma Debris, it's good to see her out here. Car's all fixed up, so I guess all that's left to say is here comes trouble. 1992 Victory Dragster in the right lane, driving with BD Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Bowtie Ventures, and straight line race cars, and she is way up front. 859, 154 miles an hour. That 400 fuel bump is doing the trick. Ted Buss was in the left lane there in the flamed out 34 Ford. He put down a 921 at 141 miles an hour. Now we got Paul Soares in the left lane, his 95 Grand Prix. Mike Stewart in the right lane. Big thanks to Angelo from RPM Packaging Corp for helping Bucky get to Terrace. He's driving with Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slickworks YouTube channel. I've heard of that guy. In his 1967 Chevy 2, 16th thou at the starting line for Bucky. 10th thou for Paul Soares. Paul Soares way up front puts down an 821 at 166 miles an hour. Bucky stopping the timer with a 1018 at $130. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There is a gray Tesla parked beside the scales. That's car alarm is going off, and it is excruciatingly annoying for the people working down there. So if you own a gray Tesla, please head down to the scales and turn your car alarm off. We would appreciate that. Derek Shirk in the left lane, Jeremy Soares in the right lane for another dragster pair-up. Derek Shirk leaving early. Jeremy Soares with a tidy launch, 5 thou reaction time. Puts down a 744 at 178 miles an hour. Derek Shirk leaving half a second early. He puts down a 740 at $134. And in case you didn't hear it, if you own a gray Tesla, your car alarm is going off by the scales. If you parked your Tesla by the scales, please head on down there and turn off your car alarm. In that last run, Jeremy Soares got there in 744, 178 miles an hour. And now Brody Soares is in the J body in the tower lane. That's a 2003 Chevy Cavalier. Lined up next to Stephen Robert in his 1934 Chevy he calls the Evil Bucket. Stephen Robert with the cleaner launch. Looks like Soares is getting there first though. 781 at 176 miles an hour. That 34 Chevy put down an 863 at $145. Looks like Kevin Garlock got that little water drip sorted out. No longer leaking out the front of that 71 Camaro. Back in the tower lane, lining up next to Chris Stone in the right lane. Very similar reaction times from both the drivers. Camaro got off the line just a scooch quicker, 2 thou quicker to be exact. Crossed the finish line first too. 885 at 152 miles an hour. Chris Stone put down a 1037 at $126. Looks like we have Cam Shantz back again for just a solo run in his 1927 Roadster. 540 Chevy powered car. And he is going to wrap us up for the electronics qualifying round number 2 with an 892 at 144 miles an hour. Little test run from a turbocharged Mustang. Now the junior program is underway. First pair of junior street pulling into the burnout box right now. Josephine Smith in the 2007 Silverado Supersport. Lined up next to Jimmy Vandenberg in the 3rd Gen Firebird. $939 at 72 miles an hour for the Firebird. $995 at 70 miles an hour for the Silverado. Well, spectators, I hope everybody's having a good time out there. Quite a few people in the grandstands. Good to see. Just wanted to remind you guys, as it is 4:56, if you're hungry for some dinner, to head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack, grab yourself a bite to eat. Also, the Beer Gardens is open, and I heard it's pretty bumping. I heard they got a DJ down there. So if you're hungry or thirsty, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack, head on down to the Beer Gardens. DJ spinning some tunes. You got a kid's bouncy castle, lots of vendors out there. Pick yourself up a t-shirt. We're having quite the weekend. We're off to a good start here, guys. It's good to see. Jenna Monroe with a clean run there. Well, both drivers left a little bit early. Jenna Monroe was the lesser offender. Put down a 1099 at 64 miles an hour in that 2009 Chevy Tahoe. McKenna Thompson in the white Ford F-150 ran a 935 at 74 miles an hour. And we got Ashley Ledrette in the 71 Chevelle out of Maple Ridge for a solo run. To wrap us up for Q2 Junior Street. So that's it for the Junior Street class. We got Junior Thunder coming up next. They will be followed by Junior Lightning for their second round of qualifying. First pair, Junior Thunder. Alex Green and Cadence Rodrigue. Alex Green in the Green Machine, driving with Abstract Glass, Lordco, and Green Bros Racing, lined up next to Cadence Rodrigue in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronics. No box, this is your call to the staging lanes, please. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Non-electronics, no box racers, come on down to staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Top Comp, you are on standby. To all the spectators in the grandstands right now, we have a lot of action going on in the pit side. There's a lot of displays, a lot of canopies up, a lot of merch available. There's 81 selling swag down there. Costco is offering discounted memberships. Lordco's got a giveaway to win a big jack, a roller, and some garage stuff. We got F Cancer down there selling swag, which supports cancer patients. We have some Mission Raceway Smoke, Fire, and Thunder t-shirts being sold right now in the Pro Shop also, and a lot of the jet cars are selling their own merch as well. So plenty of options out there to get yourself hooked up with some new apparel and otherwise. Grayson Mass and Dallas Jackson now. Grayson Mass with new Elevation Civil Construction. Dallas Jackson driving with TKO Hot Rods. Bayer Workplace Safety Solutions and Rodrigue Family Racing. So I mentioned everything that's going on in the pit side right now. It is a happening spot. Looks like a fun place to be. We also have Dave's Barbecue selling smokies and walking tacos. So I don't know if you guys have ever had a walking taco before. It's basically like a Doritos chips bag. And you got all the fixings that you would have in a taco in the bag, and you just walk with it and eat it, and it is delicious, I must say. So Dave's Barbecue selling smokies and walking tacos. And by the way, kids, the bouncy castles over there are free. Bouncy castles free 99. Go hop in there and have some fun. Grayson Mass in that last run put down a 900 at 70 miles an hour. Dallas Jackson ran a 1201 at 52. Owen Armstrong and Danica Harder now. Owen Armstrong, tidy lead. 60 thou up front. Stopping the timer, 12:20 at 51 miles an hour. Danica Harder with a 12:31 at 50 miles an hour. Pearson Mass and Wesley Armstrong. Wesley Armstrong in the right lane, Pearson Mass in the left lane, driving with new Elevation Civil. Wesley Armstrong lighting up the cherry by 64 thou, leaving a little bit ahead of schedule. Pearson Mass with a clean launch, 76 thou up front, puts down a 12:05 at 52 miles an hour. Wesley Armstrong running an 8:95 at 72. Ashton Katnick left lane, Kiera Harder right lane. Ashton driving with Lordco and TK Performance, Kiera with Anderson A1 Auto House, Elevation Real Estate, and Lordco. Ashton Katnick, quickest off the line, quickest to the finish line, also 9:06 at 72 miles an hour. Kiera Harder with a 12:58 at 48 miles an hour. Paige Barlow in the left lane now. Junior Dragster with the real flames on it, lined up next to Riley Harder in the right lane. Riley driving with Anderson A1 Auto House, Elevation Real Estate, and Lordco. Paige Barlow getting there first, 10:39 at 62 miles an hour. Riley Harder, little 5-year-old drag racer, 17:78 at 32 miles an hour. And that was it for Junior Thunder, folks, for their second round of qualifying. Moving on to Junior Lightning now. For their Q2, we got Koka Kowalski, the green junior dragster, in the right lane, lined up next to Connor Jackson in the left lane. Connor Jackson with TKO Hot Rods, Fit Lab, AMS Oil, Lordco, Bubba's, and Rodrigue Family Racing. Now, sometimes you see the junior dragsters shaking their cars to the left and right to try and wiggle them into a fully staged position. That's because the track is so sticky that sometimes these cars will not roll forward by themselves without a little bit of persuasion. That was a good run. Connor Jackson, 34th thou up front, 8:02 out back. 79 miles an hour. Koka Kowalski put down a 8:03 at 81 miles an hour. Bentley Johnson and Isabella Marshall. Bentley Johnson in the left lane. Isabella Marshall in the right lane. Both drivers driving Mike Boss chassis junior dragsters. Isabella's got some help from Canco and De Silva Auto World. Bentley Johnson leaving a little bit early. Isabella Marshall with a fantastic reaction time. 006 up front puts down a 8:10 at 81 miles an hour. Bentley Johnson, 13th out too early at the starting line, but ran a 796 at 80 miles an hour. Allison Kime in the half-scale car in the left lane, driving with Diggy's Diesel. Lined up next to Hunter Gallant in the right lane with Mulder Trucking, Lori Peterson, Lordco, and Crown Doors. Hunter Gallant getting there first. 788 at 80 miles an hour. Allison Kime, 796 at 80 miles an hour also. Now Adeline Duda and Adam Katnick. Adeline Duda in the very brightly painted junior dragster. Very loud neon colors in the tower lane. Got some help today from KJL Holdings, Bumper to Bumper, and Performance World. Adam Katnick in the right lane with Lordco and TK Performance. Adam Katnick, clean run there, 794, 81 miles an hour. Adeline Duda, 792 at 78 miles an hour. So it looks like we have 3 single runs left with the junior dragsters before we move on to non-electronics. Hunter Thompson up first. 12th thou reaction at the starting line puts down a 792 at 82 miles an hour. Nice tidy run. Nash Gallant now second up for the 2 out of 3 single runs to close out the junior program for second round of qualifying. Nash pulling up into the beams for his run now. We got April Bond in the hot pink JBS Junior Dragster to close us out for Q2 qualifying in the juniors. And April Bond just left with a fantastic launch. 003 reaction time, put down an 8:01 at 80 miles an hour. And attention, everyone at the racetrack. We have an Outlander, a Mitsubishi Outlander, behind the grandstands, next to the tower. If you own a white Mitsubishi Outlander, license plate GN169F, we need you to move it on out of there. You are blocking a truck. So if you drive a white Mitsubishi Outlander, license plate GN169F, please make your way over to your car and move it on out of there because you're in the way of a truck. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a racer in distress, in need of a nitrous solenoid. Steve Sheffer with a red 1969 Firebird is in need of a nitrous solenoid. They're in the far west side of the pits, down by the road course / drift track. Steve Sheffer in the 69 Firebird is in need of a nitrous solenoid. If you could go out there and help them out, they would greatly appreciate that to continue on their racing weekend. Second round of non-electronics qualifying is well underway. That was Bobby Ehlers and Kai Jesseman. Bobby Ehlers got to the end of the track quickest with a 10:46 at 127 miles an hour. Jeff Nyland now in the 85 Chevy S10 in the left lane, lined up next to Colton McNichol in the 72 Chevy Nova. Jeff Nyland, quickest off the line, driving with J&K Speed Shop, Curtis Tire, and Scotty's Performance Cycle. Puts down a 1083 at 122 miles an hour. Colton McNichol running an 1134 at $1.16. Brendan Piskacek in the hatchback Ford. Veronica Hodgson in the 69 Dodge in the right lane. Veronica with some help today from Lordco. Brendan Piskacek with Buick Racing, and Motoring Canada with Thomas. Veronica leaving a little bit ahead of schedule on that run. Brendan Piskacek, tidy launch. 15 thou up front, stops the timer at the big end with 13:63 at 99 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson running a 12:07 at $1.07. William Wood in the left lane, driving his 92 Mustang he calls Ripper. Put down a 1039 at 132 miles an hour. Cyrus Gallant now in the 1970 Chevelle. Dennis Winton in the Lost in Time 66 Bel Air. Cyrus Gallant, 41 thou ahead of schedule. Leaving a little bit early on that run. Running a 1077 at 125 miles an hour. Dennis Winton putting down a 1063 at 126. That race would have been pretty cool to watch from the finish line. 3 thousandths of a second between those two cars at the finish line. Now we got Don Almas in his 1969 Dodge Dart, driving with Driven Paving and Detonator Car Club, next to Ralph Ehlers in the 91 Mustang. Ehlers cleaner off the starting line, but Don gets there first, puts down a 931 at 144 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers in the Junkyard Dog, putting down a 1090 at 119 miles an hour. Colleen Davis now in the Chevy 2 in the left lane with Skeleton Crew Racing and Lordco. Lined up next to Brian Heffel in the 71 Chevy Vega. Both cars leaving ahead of schedule. Brian Heffel, the lesser offender, only 9 thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Puts down a 9:37 at 142 miles an hour. Colleen Davis, bit of a bumpy start there in the Chevy 2. With a 12:08 at a $1:14. Josh Klosky and Dave Jung now. Josh Klosky in the left lane. In the S10 body style Blazer. Dave Jung in the 96 Camaro in the right lane. Dave Jung, sponsored by JBS Equipment. Keep your eyes peeled on the right lane. Dave Jung, a fun car to watch. Always hangs those front tires off the starting line at every race. Big wheels up launch for Dave Jung. .1065, 124 miles an hour. Josh Klosky, tidy launch off the starting line. Dave did go red by 2 thou. Josh, 41 thou up front, puts down an 1181 at a $1:14. Will McLennan now in the 1988 Ranger. Lined up next to Andy Antle in that cool-looking 1965 Ford F100. He's driving with Antle Towing. Love the look of that truck. Antle going red. Will McLennan, clean launch. 55 thou up front, stopping the timer. 871 at 155 miles an hour. Andy Antle with a 902 at a $1:47. David Fries in the 03 Cadillac CTS lined up next to Del Northgraves in the 77 Chevy Nova. Attention in the pits. I put Top Comp on standby a little while ago, but I'm going to put you on standby again. You will be coming up shortly, Top Comp. Top Comp, just keep in mind that you'll be coming up next. Roy Roman of Roman Metalworks in his 66 Rambler. The Trick or Treat car in the tower lane lined up next to Steve Lowe. The 77 Skylark. Steve Lowe, quicker off the line. 10 thou up front. Getting to the finish line first too. 1163 at a $1:17. Here's a cool looking race. Couple of 1970 Plymouth Cudas. 498 powered car in the left lane, 440 powered car in the right lane. Manny Ketterer going red. Al Proc with a clean launch. Clean in the sense that he left after the light dropped, but not the quickest reaction time, I gotta say. Anyways, Al Proc getting there first. 985 at 127 miles an hour. Manny Ketterer leaving 7 thou early. Puts down a 1032 at a $1:29. Alex Eburn now in the left lane. 67 Chevy 2. Andy Klosky, the strip teaser car. 65 Chevy in the right lane. Nice looking wheels up launch by Andy Klosky. 36th thou up front. Alex Eburn gets there quickest. 904 at 143 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Andy Klosky in the Lordco lane putting down a 975 at a $135. Mal Patterson now in the 68 Acadian, the malfunction car. Lined up next to Ray Bollinger's 1963 Pontiac. Bollinger driving with Just Mechanical and A&A Custom Brokers. 26th thou at the starting line for Ray. Nice tidy leave. Mal Patterson going red on that run. Crosses a quarter-mile stripe. 1042, a $128. Ray Bollinger with a 1074 at a $123. Aiden Ledrette back around again in the 71 Chevy Malibu in the left lane. Ryan Ledrette in the right lane in the 2017 Dodge. 402 powered Chevy, 392 powered Mopar, driving with Muffler Tech Auto. Clean launch for both drivers. Ryan Ledrette with a very tidy leave. 009 reaction time. The Malibu, Chevelle Malibu, Aiden Ledrette gets there first. 1193, 113 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette with a 1267 at 109. John Van Capel now, here from Quesnel, in his 1966 Chevy 2 in the left lane. Jeff Bell in the 76 Dodge in the right lane. Nice looking wheels up launch. Dodge getting there first. 963 at a $136. John Van Capel, very nice launch. 18th thou up front puts down a 971 at 137 miles an hour. Darren Martin and Rob Getz now. Darren in the Chevy, 2005 GMC in the left lane. Rob Getz in the 2026 Ford F-250. That diesel's pretty quick. Going red at the starting line, but he crosses the finish line with a 1235 at 106 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Comp. This is your lane call to the staging lanes. Top Comp, come on down to staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for Top Comp. Come on down. You're going to kick off qualifying round 3 for today. Jordan Ormsby in the 99 Firebird. Lorenz Schwartz in the 83 Monte Carlo. Lorenz Schwartz with Taves Roofing, Johnson's Custom Exhaust, and LS Gutter Tech, and he is way ahead, stopping the timer at 10:22, 131 miles an hour. Jordan Ormsby putting down a 12:30 at a $110. Starting line crew just doing a little bit of detail work in the tower lane. And we got a couple S10s coming up now. An 85 and an 86. The 86 in the left lane, driven by Giovanni Aliperti. Mike Render in the right lane. Mike Render Some help today from Fountain Tire, Cold Water Sprites, and Lordco. Clean leave for Giovanni. 22 up front, 888 at 152 miles an hour. Mike Render, 1103 at $1.19. And we have Steve Sheffer in the tower lane. We had a call for Steve Sheffer. He was in need of a nitrous solenoid, so he's out here racing, so I'm assuming he found one. Thank you to whoever helped him out with that. 69 Firebird, it's a 409 Chevy-powered car. Lined up next to Steve McKenzie in the 71 Chevelle in the right lane. Steve McKenzie's stopping the timer with a 10-12, 131 miles an hour. Steve Sheffer in the F body with an 1147 at 98 miles an hour. Jason Grunlund now in that sweet-looking flamed-out 66 Chevelle with Done Right Performance, lined up next to Russ Mitchell in the 79 Malibu. Beautiful wheels-up launch, Jason Grunlund. 958 at 138 miles an hour. Russ Mitchell with a 1042 at $1.28. We got a muscle car and an altered car paired up now. Maurice Blendheim in the left lane in the Nova. Jamie Wellwood in the right lane in the 1932 Bantam altered car. He's driving today with TNT Auto Parts and Lordco. Oh, Maurice Blendheim. Some issue going on with the trans brake or something. That car did not want to be held back at the starting line. Rolled through the staging beams to a red light. Jamie Wellwood with a cleaner run. Not a mention-worthy reaction time, but ran a 10:15 at 101 miles an hour. Scott Winterbottom now in the left lane in the 1963 Chevy 2. Tyson Lowe in the 84 Camaro in the right lane. And this car is pretty fun to watch. This 63 Chevy 2 always cocks that front left wheel way up in the air. Car really twists up. But it's just, it works. .34, 138 miles an hour for Scott Winterbottom. Tyson Lowe with a 12:36 at $1.08. Chris Stone in his 68 Dodge 446 powered car with Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors, lined up next to Kevin McCauley's 1983 Olds 350 powered car. Olds going red. Chris Stone with the tidy launch, 22 thou up front. Puts down a 1032 at $1.27. Jessica Armstrong in the 75 Dart, lined up next to Kyle Fredrickson in the 85 GMC Square Body. Armstrong driving with 3K Calibrations Diesel Doctor Fountain Tire Lordco Badass Garage and DRI Racing. Kyle Fredrickson, Square Body, leaving a bit early. Jessica Armstrong leaves with a green light, 77th thou up front. And she stops the timer with a 13:41 at 101 miles an hour. Kyle Fredrickson with an 11:59 at a $1.13. Craig Johnson and Lauren Dufour. Lauren in the right lane in the altered T. With Do4U Auto Body and Done Right Performance, Craig Johnson in the 79 Malibu wagon, driving with BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Lauren in the altered car on a rip. Left a little early on that run. Stopped the timer at the big end with an 8:57 at 161 miles an hour. Craig Johnson, clean launch, 37th thou up front, 11:10 at a $1.17. Shaylin Svedic in the 1970 Federal front engine dragster. With DNS Racing, innovative manufacturing, and coastal equipment. And Shay and her dad Dennis just have a new set of heads on that car, and they seem to be doing the trick. Shaving hundredths off the times. 8:85 at a $1.48 with a 003 reaction time. How about that? And with that run, I believe that wraps up our non-electronics, our no-box racing qualifying round 3. So coming up next, we have Top Comp on the way. We have Top Comp lined up and ready to go in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So just a quick track drag, and we're going to get back to some racing here, folks. I'm going to take 2 minutes, give my voice a little break, and then I'll come back up to the tower and continue announcing the racing. So hang tight, everybody. Quick little track cleanup. We'll be back at it
So while we're just doing some track prep here, first off, thank you everyone for coming out and believing in us in our racing here. Big part of that is obviously if you want to get some food options or some drink options, we have those for you. We have a concession, the Half Track Snack Shack, located at the 8th mile on the pit side of the track. They're serving up all sorts of burgers and hot dogs and chicken sandwiches and stuff like that. They also have a selection of soft drinks and energy drinks. And also today, located beside the 8th mile, is also a beer garden. So if you're wanting an adult beverage of some kind, it is, of course, 19 plus. If you're up visiting us from the US, yes, we do allow you to drink at 19 here. So head on over and grab a drink, grab some refreshments. Also on the spectator side, we do have a couple of our sponsors and some vendors here for you. Lordco Auto Parts is here, set up beside hell of a Chevy, the Yeti Pro Mod car. They've got a couple of giveaways and some free swag for you, as well as all your auto parts needs. Just beyond them, Costco's here selling some discounted memberships. So if you are in need of a Costco run, or maybe you just really like a Costco hot dog, they got you covered there. And then a little bit farther down, close to the 8th mile, we have F Cancer and we have the Fraser Valley Health Society. They're both here raising funds to help support people with cancer and also some other affiliated things. And of course, tomorrow they will be hosting Drift to Gift, where if you want to ride along in a professional drift car with a professional stunt driver, they will take you along for a ride for a charitable donation.
Okay, so let's not let Bo take the mic back ever again. That was, no, I'm kidding. He did a good job. So Mike is going on a break, which means I'm going to hop on the mic here for a little bit. Yeah, Mike on the mic. Kind of funny, eh? We're going to be moving into top comp here, round 3 of qualifying. So we're going to make the call for triple index. Yes, triple index. We're going to get you down to lanes 1 and 2. So triple index, lanes 1 and 2. Top comp, you should be lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 right now. If you're not down in the staging lanes for top comp, you're going to miss it. So 3, 4, 5, and 6 for top comp, 1 and 2 for triple index. And we're going to put Pro Modified on a standby. Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on a standby right now. So moving into top comp, our first pair going to be Scott Robinson in the left lane in the 94 Beretta. Jason Gibson over there in the dragster in the right lane. Currently right now, our number one qualifier is Dane Laquelle with a 4:06, absolutely pacing the field. Number two qualifier, Brandon Thomas with a 4:40. Dane Laquelle, 3.5 tenths faster than the next car in top comp. So he's got quite the gap there for number one qualifier. So Jason Gibson driving a brand new to him dragster, just picked this up about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So he's pretty excited to get back into a rail car himself. Used to have one a long time ago and then went through a door car phase. Now he's back into a dragster. Scott getting a little sideways there off the starting line. So getting out of it. Jason Gibson going 5:03, 136 mile per hour in the right lane there. That's going to bring up Derek Shirk and his supercharged dragster in the left lane here against G. Van Brar in the right lane over there in the gray dragster. Bit of a weird one there. We're not sure what happened, but reset the tree. Derek Shirk going to take another stab out of here. G. Van Brar going 479, 145. Derek Shirk tripping the beams, 438, 159 mile per hour. So Dave Kowalski putting on a show there with a half-track burnout in that beautiful Chevy Nova. So if you've been here before, you've probably seen this car. If you haven't, it is it's a drag and drive car. So it's actually street legal, power windows, has a stereo, can run on 2 fuel systems, gas and alcohol. He can switch it on the fly, so he can drive the car on the street on gas, switch to alcohol and race it. It's a pretty cool build. I would definitely recommend going by and checking it out in the pit. It's an absolutely stunning, beautiful car. And it's got twin funny car cages in it. So it's actually got dual funny car cages, both for the passenger seat and the driver's seat. Lincoln Shirk, the younger Shirk here, the son of Derek Shirk, who just ran, in the white dragster in the left lane. Dave Kowalski having some issues there. Getting out of it early, only going 114 mile per hour, so he was off the throttle pretty early. Lincoln Shirk 490 at 139. It's going to bring up Greg Dowdy in the dragster in the left lane, Colton Morin here in the right lane in the dragster as well.
Well, guess who finally made it? Well, here we are. Day one, smoke, fire, and thunder. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park, everybody. Good looking crowd out there. So here we are in round 3. Would be my guess of top comp qualifying. Cam Shantz and Ken Orser. Shantz left side, Orser in the right lane. You would think the TCS car should be in the TCS lane, but that's not the case. Orser leaves with a 30 light. And to the 8th mile goes 4.83 seconds. Cam Shantz getting there ahead with a 4.68 second run.
Any of the computers or just yours?
Two more rolling in the water. Nick Bond in the right lane. For JBS, so Nick Bond in the right lane behind the wheel of the dragster. Andy Hatton over here left side behind the wheel of the Grinch. Hatton, look at that. Trip zip. Nicely done. Andy Hatton's got a mug coming his way, I would assume. 5.33 with a 3 at the finish line. Nick Bond gets there first, 5.03 seconds. Bond also excellent on the starting line with a 005 light. One red light, one green. Aaron Young in the right lane. Emma DeBree-Coos in the left. Emma gets there ahead of Aaron. Now Emily Gerard. Right-hand side. For shear solutions and just mechanical. Brandon Thomas, left side. Hey, listen up out there in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley. This is your standby call. It's going to be kind of a short standby call. We need you to be ready to go, please. Pro Mods, Top Fuel Harley, standby call. Brandon Thomas, the quicker of the two dragsters, 441. Getting there ahead of a 4:57. Well, this is pretty cool. Kimberly driving a dragster this weekend. Kimberly Youngkin for Comox Valley Excavating. Poe Freeborn putting Kim back behind the wheel. Not just any wheel. Gold Digger, left-hand lane. And for Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales in the right lane, we've got Brian Ritchie. So again, top comp, racing to the 8th mile. Kim leaves a little early. Not going to get any numbers. Brian Ritchie. 5:08, 137 miles an hour at the 8th mile. That's going to bring up a couple of dragsters. Justin Bond. JBS Equipment. The JBS Equipment NHRA Pro Mod Racing will resume next weekend. The Big Go in Indianapolis, but Justin Bond with one more weekend off. A little bit of a large break for the Pro Mods NHRA. Here he is racing his dragster, left side. Monique Ambruzzi in another JBS car, right side. Bond 10 up front, 448 at the finish line. Monique 449 at the finish line with a 23 light. Now Jeremy Soares and Logan Bell. Logan Bell from Courtney, BC. Jeremy Soares from way up north, from Terrace, BC. Well, pretty up north anyway. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods, this is your call to staging lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods to the lanes, please. Also going to make the call for Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Top Fuel Harley. This is your call to staging lanes. Top Fuel Harley to 1 and 2. Pro Mods to 5 and 6. So how about Jeremy Soares? 008, then 471. He was leaving second as Logan Bell was trip zip. Nicely done. Trip zip and 460 at the finish line. That'll bring up Dane LeKelt. Dane LeKelt. A nice 250-foot burnout or so. Listen to that blower roll. Well, Brad Powell in the right lane out of Lyndon, Washington. 2015 TNT Dragster. 598 cubic inch big block Chevy for power. Naturally aspirated with a single carburetor. Dane LeKelt in the blown big block Chevy over here tower side. Two 00 red lights. Dane LeKelt red by 5, then 409, baby. 176 miles an hour through the top end of the left lane. Brad Powell with a nice run, 467, 148 with a 2 thou red light. Again, Dane LeKelt, 409, 176. So does not better his earlier run, but he's definitely number one. So 28 cars on the sheet so far. Dane LeKelt, number 1. Derek Shirk, number 2. Brandon Thomas, number 3. Kimberly Youngkin, number 4. And Justin Bond, number 5. Paul Soares now. Paul Soares in the right lane, 011 red on the starting line, then 483 at 145 miles an hour through the finish line. That's going to bring up our first pair in triple index. And it's Jan Christensen and Tyler Smith. I do believe these two met in the final round last time we ran this class. So Jan Christensen goes 548. And Tyler Smith goes 755. So that's going to bring up 2 more. Rob Getz and Mark Muscan, right-hand lane. 1977 Chevrolet Monza. For Nitro Pinball and Lordco Auto Parts, Muscant out of Vernon. Chooses the 650 index. Rob Getz predicts 750. So just 4 cars in the class so far. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention, door slammer. Door slammers, this is your call to the staging lane. Canada West door slammers. This is, sorry. Standby call for door slammers. Once again, want to be really clear. Canada West door slammers, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. Your call to the lanes will be upcoming. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you did hear me make the call just a few moments back for Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harleys. So we got some big stuff coming up. Looks like the hard-working crew down there on the starting line going to do a little bit of maintenance to the racing surface before we continue on with Pro Mods. Got a nice stream of spectators rolling in the gate continuously. I know I just got here about an hour ago, and at that time there were 2 lanes worth all the way back to the curve. I do believe it is right around the curve now. So with that said, want to thank everybody for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. We are thrilled to have you. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2026.
These hands hold a lot of trust. They keep engines running and tires turning. People depend on these hands, and these hands depend on Interstate. Interstate batteries, outrageously dependable.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
Lots of cool swag going on. Lots of cool apparel. We got 81 selling swag. Costco's offering discounted memberships. Lordco is giving away, or they're doing a giveaway to win a Big Jack, a roller, and some garage stuff. We have F Cancer selling swag, which supports cancer patients. Fraser Valley Healthcare is selling Drift to Gift tickets for Drift to Gift tomorrow, 12 to 7 p.m. Spoke a little bit about that earlier. $40 to ride with a pro drifter, and it benefits Mission Hospital. So if you want to get a ride along with a drift car tomorrow, come on by. 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. we'll be doing that. It's going to be a great time. Not only that, not only the Half Track Snack Shack, we got Dave's Barbecue selling smokies and walking tacos. The Half Track Snack Shack is sold out of ice cream, but they do have freezies on offer over there. I think they're like $2 or $2.50, something like that. So if you want to beat the heat, bit of a cooler evening, but could still use a little bit of a cool down, head on over to the Half Track Snack Shack, pick yourself up a freezie. So lots going on over here on the pit side, and this is just the start. This is day one of our awesome 3-day weekend. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back Sunday. It is going to be a heck of a weekend. We're expecting a awesome turnout. The fastest cars to race on this track, there is 5 jet cars on site right now, and we are going to see them run shortly. Bit more drag racing coming up, and then some stunt bikes.
So, just in case you were a little confused about where the Mission Fire and Rescue display is, well, they're trying to make it really easy for you to spot them. So, it looks like we are going to start off with a single. How about this? Nick Duda for Performance World and Mopac Auto Supply, along with BDL Automotive. This is the quickest conventional small block Chevy in the world. Essentially non-billet. Cast block, cast heads, just 393 cubic inches. Couple of turbos. So, Duda, number one so far. We've only seen 3 cars make passes. How about 387 and 201 miles an hour? Wow. 201 with a small block Chevrolet. How about 306 and 201 miles an hour again? Now, I may stand to be corrected, but I do not believe they have achieved 200 miles an hour prior to this weekend. So that is worth a round of applause right there, folks. 386, 201 miles an hour for the Performance World Corvette. Nick Duda and team, congratulations. Nice work. So it looks like personal bests, I think. So it looks like Dale Peterson will be a single. Again, right-hand side of the racetrack. Based on Nick Duda's run, I would have to say it's working pretty good. Nicely done. Dale Peterson, 387, 201.25 miles an hour. Almost a repeat of what we just saw prior to that. Nicely done. So Nick Duda to the 60-foot was 1.026. Dale Peterson to the 60-foot was 1.026. Attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, come on down. Canada West Door Slammers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. So just back to Nick Duda and Dale Peterson for just a second before I let that go. So their runs were within about 14 thousandths of a second, ET-wise. Their lights were within 4 thousandths of a second, ET-wise. So had that been side by side, they would have been absolutely glued together. Fortunately, we're not going to see Jake Skasilis make a run in this qualifying round, so it's just going to be 2 cars. Here we go with Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Nice looking field. How about 6 bikes here this weekend? Absolutely awesome. Rad Torque Systems bringing us the Western Canadian Top Fuel Harley Race Series. We want to thank Easy Vape in Parksville and Port Alberni as well. They got a list of sponsors. I'll make my way through them as we make our way through the pairings. Ron Billett and Jim Schellenberg. Schellenberg 6.90 seconds, doing 175 at the finish line. Ron Billett forced to get off the gas well before the finish line, doing 121 miles an hour, puts a 822 up there on the reader board.
It's definitely worth saying that here is an example of racers coming together to help turn a ruined weekend into a positive. Ron Billett was up in the tower earlier with a racer in distress call. He had a cracked frame on his motorcycle, so he made a call. We need a TIG welder to get his frame welded back together, and he got it welded back together, and now he is back on the track, back making passes.
Well, that's great to hear. Great story. So as mentioned, 6 bikes on the sheet so far. Nate Gagnon at the very top with a 6:35. Austin Christopher right behind him with a 6:45. Christopher's run, 194 miles an hour, so nowhere near the full potential. Schellenberg with the 690 we just saw in the number 3 position. Dana Meeks. How cool is it to see him back in competition? Number 4, Ron Billett. Number 5, and Pete Waugh for now in the number 6 spot. Here comes Fast Lane Racing. Austin Christopher, left-hand side of the racetrack, going to take on Pete Waugh on the Big Kids Racing entry over there in the right-hand lane. Austin Christopher, the champ, on Ron Howney's Fast Lane Racing Top Fuel Harley. Some help from Redline Oil, Lordco, Road End Farms, Bessie Marine, Great White North. Also want to thank their feature sponsor this weekend, Abbotsford's Maxim Collision, along with CarStar. So Austin Christopher, left lane, Pete Waugh in the right. Waugh is up in smoke. Christopher on a run, pulls all the way. How about 6:29? 209 miles an hour. Nice lick right there for Fast Lane Racing. Well done. 6.29 seconds, 209 miles an hour. So Austin Christopher goes straight to the top of the sheet. Pete Waugh, unfortunately, up in smoke at the hit. They'll take it back to the pit and see if they can't get it figured out. So congrats once again going out to Fast Lane Racing. 6:29, 209 miles an hour. There goes the crew, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a hand. And we have fire. Next pair, Damian Cowden and Nate Gagnon. Gagnon tower side on Supersonic. Big shout out to Rad Torque, along with Comox Valley Excavating. Damian Cowden in the right lane for Parker Johnston. Parker Johnston at Maxim Insurance, along with Tedford Garage Doors. Damian Cowden in the right lane. Very unique exhaust layout, to put it that way. With the exhaust pipes exiting kind of either side of his waistline. Gagnon, tower lane. Cowden goes silent. Nate with a nice pass, 6:34, doing 212 miles an hour through the finish line. How about Nate Gagnon and Big Kids Racing? 634. 212.
Well, let's try take two.
So Nate Gagnon does improve by a hun. Sits number 2 on the qualifying sheet. So by the looks of it, just 4 bikes making qualifying attempts in this round. Well, excuse me, 5 bikes went down the track. Or rather, attempted to go down the track. Now look what we've got here. How about some sweet berry wine? DRI Racing coming up. Very cool. Double B funny car. Top alcohol funny car the way it used to be. So this past off season, Dan Rodrigue teamed up with Ryan Isherwood. There's the DRI. You use the R twice. That's kind of clever. They purchased this funny car, then went to Isherwood Body and Fender, where he worked his magic all over it, and well, now we have sweet berry wine. This ex-Tyson Wells Corvette, so very cool to see it going down the track once again. Very cool history behind that car. Here we go. Dan Rodrigue carries the burnout. Well, getting pretty close to that 300-foot mark. Out there having tons of fun. That is the #1 goal of DRI Racing. So it takes him to the 8th mile to get it woed up, but here he comes. And we have silence. Left with a 1.09 second 60-foot number. Shortly after that, it began to, well, not sound too healthy. Then I'm going to say Dan clicked it off. That would be my guess. So they will take that back to the pit. Figure out what went wrong. Try to get it sorted out and try it again. That's what it's all about. Max Yaremko coming up. The Samex Top Alcohol Funny Car. So we just saw Nostalgia Top Alcohol Funny Car go down the track. Now we get to see something much more modern. There goes the tow vehicle. Dave Strell, the guy behind the wheel, restored that absolutely pristine Chevy pickup truck. That alone is worth a round of applause. Well, Mike, we have fire left side of the racetrack.
Yes, sir, we do. Let's hope for a clean run from the Samex car. Last one was a bit of a rowdy ride. Kind of all over the starting line and spun the tires, but if this thing hooks, it goes.
Well, certainly nice job on the burnout. Max Yaremko out of Westlock, Alberta. So I'm going to say, Westlock, as far as I know, still a very small little town in Alberta. Strangely enough, I'm very aware of that town as it's where my parents first lived when they immigrated to Canada. Spent one winter there, I believe, and said, okay, we got to find somebody else, some other place to live.
So when I was talking about a clean run with this car yesterday had a very tidy run. Put down a 552 at 262 miles an hour. Just for a little sample of what this beast is capable of.
Very nice. Anything in the 550s is a very respectable run in the class of top alcohol funny car. Pre-stages the car, build up some RPM, and bump it in with the handbrake. Was driving through the tire shake when, we heard the blower pop. Likely it pitched the belt off.
That was a big boom. I'm sure a lot of you guys felt that sound wave hit you as the car driving by. Imagine being underneath that big funny car body when that happens. My goodness. The car was on the rip. It was headed for a good run. Quite a pop occurred from the front end of that beast, though. Unfortunately.
So the early numbers looked very, very good. 0.933 to the 60-foot. Do believe he was still under full power at 330 feet, where he stopped the clock in 2.49 seconds, so sub 2.5 seconds to 330. Then was out of power by the 8th mile. Still going 4:04 at just 141 miles an hour. So what could have been? So as part of this safety in a modern top alcohol funny car, it actually has a fire suppression system built into the car. There's a number of ways that it is activated, but with a big enough pressure spike or pop, you all heard the pop. That's one way it can be activated, and activated it did. So Max and team are going to have a little bit of a mess to clean up on the car. But hopefully it was a matter of the burst panel just simply doing its job and protecting everything, and we'll see them back up. Now, it wouldn't be tonight, but hopefully they can be part of the show tomorrow. So in the case of any kind of a serious blown combination, a burst panel or burst plate is always part of the picture. Essentially what it is a safety device where if too much boost or pressure is built inside of the blower, well, rather than having things explode elsewhere, which would be the ultimate result, there is a burst panel that is designed to take only so much pressure, and it becomes your weak point in a case of an over-pressurizing situation. So that was a burst panel doing exactly what it's designed to do. So the hard-working crew here at Mission Raceway Park, getting things taken care of, little bit of cleanup to do where the burst panel let go, and then as mentioned, the fire suppression system was activated. So I mentioned the car is going to need a little bit of cleanup, but there is a little bit of sweeping to do on the track surface up in the shutdown area as well. So safety also attending to that.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
At Lordco Auto Parts, we're here to keep your world moving. From our fully stocked aisles to our friendly staff, we've got what you need for every project, big or small. Our team works hard to ensure that the right parts are ready when you need them. Whether you're tackling repairs at home or keeping your business running smoothly. With fast deliveries to local shops and expert advice, we're proud to be your trusted partner on the road ahead. Lordco Auto Parts, driven to keep you moving.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
So we're looking at the live feed up here in the tower. Aerial shot right now. This place is absolutely packed. Thank you very much. Racers, fans, everybody for coming out to Mission Raceway Park for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So in addition to their recruiting program, I just mentioned Mission Fire and Rescue hiring paid on-call members now through September 14th. Apply online. So they're here to promote that. They're also here to raise funds. We want to fill the boot tonight. So I believe they are set up probably in front of the truck somewhere. Yes, I do believe in front of the ladder truck. So they would love to see you. Donate to a good cause. Help out Mission Fire and Rescue.
And they take debit.
And they take debit. Hey, and how about this? The biggest donation is worth a couple of passes down to the starting line for, well, any class that you'd like. How about that? We'll just put it that way. Hey, listen up, everybody. Somebody out there, I say this with absolute certainty, somebody out there is missing their keys. 100% true. Because a set was found and they've been brought up to the tower, so make sure you got your keys. If you do not have your keys, well, we've probably got them up here. They are on a lanyard. So come on up to the tower. Correctly describe the lanyard, and we'll give you the keys. Also, just want to mention, you may or may not have noticed a drone flying around. Well, that is our drone. That's how we get these super cool shots for the live stream. Want to make it very, very clear, we are allowed to fly our drone at this racetrack. You are not allowed to fly yours. So just want to make that real clear. You are not allowed to fly a drone on this property.
Well, guys, you may have heard that there is a motorcycle stunt show happening today. It is going to be a good time. I knew that stunt bikes were coming. I was not expecting a friend of mine to show up. My buddy Chad Weiss is a talented tattoo artist. You can check him out at Chad Weiss Tattoo on Instagram. And he's got his motorcycle sitting in front of the primer dually behind the grandstands next to the tower. That bike with the gold wheels and sweet looking purple and gold black paint job, I actually did myself. So just giving a little shout out and a plug for my buddy Chad and his tattoo work, and a plug for myself. If you want to see the full paint job of that bike, shameless plug, Slickworks YouTube channel. I believe it's a 43-minute long episode where I walk you through the whole process of getting that bike done. So if you think that's a cool looking bike and want to see how it was painted, jump onto YouTube and check it out. I would appreciate it. Well, just a few more minutes and then we're going to get back to drag racing now. Coming up next, we have a large pack of door slammers. Big pack of door slammers coming up for qualifying round 2. Today is all qualifying, guys. And talking about stunt bikes, they're going to be drifting their bikes around and stunt. Harleys, motorcycles, and drifting kind of goes hand in hand. So I got to talk about Drift to Gift. Tomorrow, if you're looking for a little bit more adrenaline tomorrow, Drift to Gift is happening from 12 to 7 p.m. For just $40, you can hop in for a ride along with one of our drift drivers and experience drifting from inside the car. And the best part is your ride supports a great local cause. Proceeds from Drift to Gift will benefit Mission Memorial Hospital through the Fraser Valley Healthcare Foundation, helping fund much-needed equipment for our local hospital. So come on out, hang on tight, and turn some sideways fun into support for our community. That's Drift to Gift, 12 to 7 p.m., $40 per ride. It's going to be a good time, and that is happening tomorrow. Well, John was talking a little bit earlier about the Fire Hall's Fill the Boot. So they're raising funds for muscular dystrophy, and I just caught wind that the #1 donation will be bringing the #1 donator down to center track for the altereds and the exhibition cars. So you will be in the middle of the racetrack, underneath that cover there behind the Christmas tree. Just a little bit of extra incentive for you if you're considering making a contribution to the Fill the Boot. I've been down there while these cars are racing. I describe it as like jumping into a swimming pool of horsepower. It is all encompassing and wonderful, and probably nothing like you've ever experienced before. Cut to drag racing, back to door slammers. Jay Siverston in the left lane in the 2000 Dakota. Roger Winter is in the right lane. And if you squint real hard, you can see there's a 41 Willys attached to that wing. 599 cubic inches under the hood of that 41 Willys, or sticking out of the hood. Jim Winter collectible car appraisals. He's also got some help today from Lordco, George Criddle, Sauerkraut Cycle, and KJ Racing. Tidy launch from both cars. Roger Winter got out of it early. Jay Siverston got off the line pretty quick. 78 thou up front puts down a 779 at 170 miles an hour. We got James Kennedy and Paul Debris. James Kennedy in the left lane, 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. 648 powered unit, driving with Ken's Specialty Automotive. Paul Debris in the right lane in the 66 Valiant. He's here all the way from Shawnigan Lake, BC. 565 cubic inches sitting underneath that big old hood scoop. Driving with Straight Line Race Cars and Shawnigan Lake Trucking. Debris. Trip Zip, a perfect tree. Just put down 0008 reaction time on that run in that 66 Valiant. Excellent work. James Kennedy, a decent launch as well. 26 thou up front, 694 out back at 196 miles an hour. Paul Debris put down an 848 at a $155. Mike Bedsworth in the left lane in the 96 Olds. Jason Field in the 71 Chevelle in the right lane. Jason Fields with a perfect reaction time on the wrong side of the starting line. Trip Zip with a 4 to light up that cherry. Mike Bedsworth with a solid launch. 11 thou up front puts down a 713 at 191 miles an hour. Jason Field with a 719 at a $188. Kerry Young in the 03 S10 in the Lordco lane. Paul Stretch in the 02 Cavalier in the TCS lane. Kerry Young in the S10 driving with Young's Mechanical. Paul Stretch with Mid-Island Engines in the J-Body. Solid launch for both cars. Paul Stretch getting there first with a 728 at 191 miles an hour. Kerry Young also with a tidy launch. 18 thou up front puts down an 864 at a $124. Steve Lowe now in the 3rd Gen 92 Firebird in the left lane. Mark Thompson in the 54 Studebaker in the right lane. Steve Lowe with a solid launch. 2 thou up front. 002 reaction time. Gotta love that. Mark Thompson did get there first, though. 7:55 at 181 miles an hour. Steve Lowe putting down a 7:99 at a $1.51. Darren Buick in the left lane. Not driving a Buick, driving a 67 Chevy 2. Jordan Almas in the right lane in his 69 Barracuda. Both of these cars with 540 cubic inches under the hood. Darren Buick driving with Evans Excavating and Mid-Island Engines. Darren Buick with a clean launch, 69 thou up front, puts down an 8:15 at 163 miles an hour. Jordan in the Barracuda left 5 thou ahead of schedule. 5 thousandths of a second on the wrong side of the starting line, put down an 8:10 at 165 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy now in the 92 Firebird, 588 Ritchie powered unit. He's here from Arlington, Washington. Rod Leclerc in the right lane out of Victoria in his 67 Camaro. Rod wanted to give a special thanks to Sean Bissell, Joe and Brenda Leclerc, Ken Sahota, and Brad Mooney. Solid launch, 80 thou right lane, puts down a 673 at 203 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy was a little bit hotter off the line. 14 thou up front, stopping the timer, 824 at a $1.64. Cam Shantz and Henry Zacharias. Cam Shantz in the 37 Chevy. Man, that car's loud. Got a beautiful sound to it. Henry Zacharias in the 53 Corvette in the Lordco lane with Zacharias Investment Ltd. Clean launch, both drivers. Just about identical reaction times on that run. Cam Shantz getting there first with 762 at 136 miles an hour. Henry Zacharias putting down a 766 at a $1.74. Chris Lloyd and Shane Ledger. 66 Nova in the left lane, black car with a red roll cage. Nice looking color combination happening there. Right lane, Chris Lloyd in the 97 Camaro. 605 big block Chevy powered unit. Couple of sweet looking cars and a couple tidy launches too. Chris Lloyd, hotter off the starting line, 37 thou up front, stopping the timer at 8:53, 154 miles an hour. Margin between those two cars at the finish line was 6 thousandths of a second. Poe Freeborn and Otto Schulte. Poe Freeborn, that sweet looking 67 Shelby GT500. Otto Schulte in the 05 Cavalier in the right lane. 598 Sunset motor. He's got some help from Associated Tire, Hearing Life, Odlum Brown, Georgia Straight Collision, Lordco, and Rondex. Well, Poe Freeborn 67 Shelby was having some gear selection issues. That car did not want to go into reverse to back up to get that thing staged up. Unfortunate way to put a stall on your run. Otto Schulte and the Cavalier is pulling up right now. Otto Schulte turns the light red by just a hair. 2 thous on the wrong side of the starting line, puts down a 753 at 181 miles an hour. We're looking at Andy Antle in the Chevy Cobalt in the left lane, Craig Fredrickson in the right lane. Well, that was a pretty tidy run by Craig Fredrickson. 33 thou up front, put down 712 at 192 miles an hour. Andy Ansel with a bit of a sleepy start on that run. And then a little bit past half track, car got a little bit wobbly, so he got out of it and pulled his chute early. Ray Russiani now in the 66 Chevy 2 in the tower lane, driving with Dexy Paws. Online Pet Products. The owner is his daughter. Lined up next to Brian Ritchie in the 68 Chevelle, of course, driving with Ritchie Racing Engines and Green Light Auto Sales. Nice launch from both drivers. 11th thou in the left lane, 008 for Ritchie. And he stops the timer with a 794 at 167 miles an hour. Ray putting down an 824 at $162. Zach Joyce and Chad Edwin now. Zach Joyce in the 48, Austin in the left lane. Chad Edwin getting there first. 775 at 176 miles an hour. And we got another metallic gray 67 Shelby GT 500 in the left lane, driven by Dale Phillips. Scott Robinson in the right lane in the 94 Beretta.
Well, Mike, is that a good-looking crowd out there, or what? And I'm told the stream of cars coming in stretches all the way out to the highway. So, what do you say?
That is a good-looking crowd out there. The biggest crowd I have seen personally this year for the biggest event of the year. Everyone's having a good time, and this is only day 1 of 3 for the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event. And I heard cars and trucks are still lined up all the way out to the highway.
No, absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for coming out to Mission Raceway Park tonight. We are thrilled to have you. Your support of what we do here means very, very much to us. So we are thrilled to see you. So all kinds of great stuff coming up. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, come on down. This is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275, come down to 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for Outlaw 275, Limited Street. This is your call as well. We'll take Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6. We've got Ken Christensen, and we've got Brody Soares. Ken Christensen in what once was a Pro Mod campaigned by Joe Delahaye. C10 Chevy pickup, left side of the racetrack. Goes 830, 161. Brody Soares in the right lane, meanwhile, 781. doing 170 miles an hour through the finish line. So this is a pretty cool deal. We've got Mission Fire and Rescue here with us, raising funds for muscular dystrophy. Let's make muscles move. And here's the real cool part. Donating, of course, is rewarding in itself. You're doing a good thing. That alone should be motivation, but for a little extra motivation, whoever makes the biggest donation over the next little bit of time here is going to win themselves a VIP experience. You're going to be brought out to the starting line when we run the fuel altereds and other exhibition cars. So a very unique opportunity. So you're doing a great thing, donating money to a great cause. Muscular Dystrophy Canada. And as a special reward for the biggest donation, a VIP experience down to the starting line. So it looks like we're down to just one door slammer.
And we have empty staging lanes, so if you didn't catch it the first time, limited street. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Limited street, lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw 275, lanes 5 and 6, please.
Reader board says 786. Off the gas, just 113 miles an hour, 8th mile numbers. 473, 156. So we have made the call for our radial classes. So part of the radial classes is some of the special prep that takes place to the racing surface before we run them. So we're going to be down for just a couple of moments while we make the track surface all that it can be.
It's staying on, but he's getting all the numbers just fine.
It's good now.
Oh, what the heck?
So what a great night so far. The sun is dropping. Got a beautiful sunset forming over the river. Well, kinda. Nice looking crowd already, and the grandstand continues to fill. Still a steady stream of cars making their way in. Once again, thanks very much for coming out to Mission Raceway. The River Valley Ford drag strip at Mission Raceway Park. River Valley Ford stepping up big time in 2026 to become our title sponsor here at Mission Raceway Park. The River Valley Ford drag strip. So here's the great deal. If you want to check out some new Fords, now one option would be to head right on over to River Valley Ford, or you can do so right here, right behind the pit side grandstands, right beside the Mission Fire and Rescue display. Is a lineup of brand new Fords. Check them out. So again, a little bit of track prep taking place. We've got X275 and Limited Street making their way to the staging lanes. X275. Well, that's a class that its biggest limiter would be the tire size, hence the 275. To be more specific, they are allowed to run either an actual X275 or a 275 60-15 radial, or however, they can opt for a pro bracket radial style tire that measures no larger than 28 inches tall, 10.5 inches wide, and fits on a 15-inch rim. Now, there most certainly are limiting rules that would limit how much power you can actually make, but basically the gist of the class is a car that makes a whole bunch of horsepowers, but doesn't have a whole lot of tire with which to transfer all those horsepowers to the track. Now, we help them out the best we can. I mentioned radial prep. Well, I'd say the biggest difference between small tire racing on a radial or running a large tire bias ply, basically a floppy slick, is, well, the slick tire, the bias ply tire, is actually works best when there's just a tiny little bit of wheel spin. From there, on a well-sorted car, it's just a very minor tire pressure adjustment to kind of fine-tune exactly how much wheel spin takes place. But they absolutely are looking to spin the wheel just a little bit. That is not the case for these radial cars. These radial cars are looking for themselves to dead hook. They want no wheel spin whatsoever. So the name of the game is to come up with the magic tune-up, so to speak, where the car shows just the correct amount of restraint on the starting line, and then once it's planted and hooked up, you just pour the power back into it. Well, that makes it sound really, really simple. When in actual fact, it's a very fine line. So Limited Street will follow X275, and Limited Street is a very similar class, runs on the same size tire. However, a few more limitations on just how much horsepower they can make. So we're going to go ahead and make the call for Real Street now. Real Street. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Real Street, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. One more time, Real Street to lanes 1 and 2. So it looks like 14 cars on the sheet so far. That's good to see. X275 in this part of the world has had a little bit of a rough go over the last couple of months. Lost a number of entries to crashes. Thrilled to see a good, strong field here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So at the bottom of the sheet right now is Justin Gallant. Now that is absolutely not where we are used to seeing Justin Gallant qualified. So we'll be looking for a big improvement, to say the very least, out of that car. The top of the sheet right now is Tyler Stamler. Little Chevy S10 pickup truck, 434, doing 175. Number 2, Chris Gould, the black Camaro. Went 436 at 171. Rounding out the top 3, we've got John Cuglietta in the Mustang with a 440, also 171 miles an hour. Jeff Whitworth sits number 4 in the Ford-powered Chevy 2, 445, 166. And rounding out the top 5, Aiden Katnick for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts, 445, 168. So Gallant goes from number 14 to number 1. How about that? 4.30 seconds, 173 miles an hour for Justin Gallant in the right-hand lane. Little small block Ford. Hey, folks, I have a very important announcement. So we've got a continuous flow of golf carts being parked in front of these fire trucks. I want you to realize these trucks are working. So they need to be able to leave. That's how fire trucks work. So we've got to be very, very crystal clear about this. You cannot be parking your golf cart in front of those fire trucks. It'll get moved for you if that's what it takes, and it probably won't be pretty. So it's much better if you refrain from parking in front of the fire trucks. So as you're heading back now to go get your golf cart, you can kind of make amends for your actions by making a very big donation to the boot. That's what I suggest you do. So Parm Jawanda was in the left lane, did not get down the track. So now Zachary Kane and Justin Teo. Teo out of Spokane, Washington. Chevrolet pickup truck. LS-based power plant. Kane over here, tower side. 636 cubes. Big block Chevrolet and a whole bunch of nitrous. Not sure what, well, okay, now I am. Turbo over there in the right lane. Kane goes up in smoke, blows the tires off. Chevy pickup truck goes 505, doing 145 miles an hour. So best run of the weekend so far for Justin. Currently sits number 12. So Zachary Kane not getting down the track. Will remain number 13 for now. Of course, Outlaw 275 is scheduled for one more qualifier tonight. Now Sean Letson and Tyler Levy. Letson's in the right lane. Couple of Mustangs. Sean Letson, left side of the racetrack. Another car out of Spokane, Washington. Tyler Levy from just down the road in Maple Ridge. So small block forward for power both sides of the racetrack. Do believe we've got turbos. Well, possibly not. Could be a Pro Charger over there in the right lane. It's an all-turbo affair. Levy, red by 1 thou. Gets to the top first. No, gets to the, oh yeah, it does get to the top first, sorry. 457. Sean Letson with a 464. Couple of nice side-by-side runs. Letson with the bigger mile per hour, 158 versus 154 for Tyler Levy.
And 457 is a pretty solid run, but here's the number I want you guys to just keep in mind. 414 is the track record at 177 miles per hour, which was set this year by Justin Gallant in the 275 radial class.
So, man, it looks like Spokane is somewhat of a hotbed for X275 cars. Eric McCarthy, also out of Spokane, Washington. Racing for SMC Race Cars, the 87 Mustang Blue that you see in the left lane. Bree King in her 2000 Mustang, right-hand lane out of Red Deer, Alberta. Both these cars qualified on the bottom half of the sheet so far. They will no doubt be looking for big improvements. Build a little boost. cars leave clean. Nice side-by-side poles. How about 453 right beside 452? Bree King had the better reaction time, put herself in front. Had that been a race, would have been a whole shot win. 453 with a 0, getting there ahead of 452 with a 2. Just 8 thousandths of a second, the difference in ET. Eric McCarthy doing 162, Bree King doing 165. So this has all the makings of a great side-by-side pair. These two cars qualified number 6 and number 7. Based on their performance so far, they are separated by just 1/100th of a second. We've got Cade Shirk in the right lane. And we've got Aiden Katnick in the left. Aiden Katnick for Lordco Auto Parts, number 6 so far, with a 4.45 second run. Cade Shirk, right lane, sits number 7 with a 4.46. How about that? They both improved by a bunch. Cade Shirk 4:39, getting there ahead of Aiden Katnick's quicker 4:36. And with that, they both cracked the top 5. How about that? They go from 6 and 7 to 4 and 5. Aiden Katnick, our new number 4 qualifier. Cade Shirk, our new number 5 guy.
And with the heat from this extremely hot day we had earlier, kind of cooling down a little bit, the conditions of the air just keeps getting better and better for these engines, which is why we're seeing some improved times going on here.
So being a, we'll call you a paint specialist there, Mike. What do you think of Cugliata's car over there in the right lane?
I hope it is paint. With the ever-increasing popularity of wraps, I hope it is paint, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, like I said, I don't know for sure either, but I do believe it's paint. I could be 100% wrong, however.
House of Color makes one of my favorite colors, which is pagan gold. Actually, a little bit of pagan gold is on Chad Weiss's bike that I talked about a little bit earlier. You spray some pagan gold in a clear base coat over top of silver. It makes one of the most beautiful colors you've ever seen. And there they go off for a rip. And it's going to be Jeff Whitworth with a 430 at $170.
Wow, Jeff Whitworth puts together 430 at 170 miles an hour. Absolute career best numbers for Jeff in that car. How about that? Goes all the way to number 1. So Jeff Whitworth and Justin Gallant both on the sheet with a 430, but Jeff Whitworth's 430 is a little bit better than Justin's. So Jeff Whitworth to the top of the sheet. Congrats to that whole team. Very cool deal. John Cuglietta went 441, I believe, so no improvement for him. Here comes Chris Gould and Tyler Stamler. So I believe at the beginning of this round of qualifying, Tyler Stamler and Chris Gould were our number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. They have been bumped down a little bit. Stamler now sits number 3. Chris Gould now sits number 4. And here they are side by side to do something about it. And Tyler Stamler goes straight to the top. How about 428 and how about 173? Nicely done. Tyler Stamler and crew putting together a great lap. 4.283 seconds to go all the way to the top. Take back that number 1 spot. Chris Gould had issues on the run and manages only 453, so certainly no improvement there over his earlier 436. So I do believe that is going to do it for Outlaw 275. Test pass coming up for Luke Kessel in a 1972 Holden. Cool. Luke out of Cottonwood, California. The little Holden powered by a small block Chevy.
Guarantee with absolute certainty, we can say that this is the only Holden here on site right now. The Holden, of course, an Australian car. This car was actually imported into the United States and driven from California all the way up here.
Nice 461, 162 mile an hour pass for Luke Kessel and that little Holden. I know it's cat. Anthony Cadnick coming up right now. 1968 Dodge Dart blower combo. I was going to say under the hood, but no, we don't need no stinking hood. This will be a test pass to the 8th mile. Absolutely mean looking car. Shannon McDonald, our starter this evening. So nice 009 reaction time, then 119 to the 60 foot. Not sounding super healthy, 329 at the 330 off the gas and coasting before the 8th mile. Wicked car. And they continue to make progress. Here comes Limited Street. So folks, just want to remind everybody we are raising funds for muscular dystrophy here this evening. Mission Fire and Rescue here with us. And they are trying to fill the boot. So donate to a good cause. Biggest donation will win a very, very cool VIP experience. Actually, Mission Fire and Rescue is also going to be, well, kind of part of the show, as we're going to be making use of their equipment to wet down the trees and bushes behind the starting line when we get ready to run the jet cars. Just a reminder, do not be parking any golf carts in front of the fire trucks, please. If need be, they need to be able to depart in a hurry. Vanessa Richards, Roy Lazick. How cool is this? Roy Lazick running the Gen 3 Speed Nova. It's back in the family. How about that? Five seconds exactly for Vanessa Richards in the left lane, 136 miles an hour. Roy Lazick still got it. He was 032 on the tree. Then 5:15 at 135 through the finish line. Nice work.
Pair of G-bodies pulling up now for this limited street run. G-body white Pontiac in the right lane, the 86 Buick in the left lane. Very Grand National looking Buick, but could be a Regal, could be a T-type. It's got the turbo hood on it. You can see that. Bumping in, 4 bulbs lit, and we got a green light and a lot of wheel spin on the right-hand side. Looked like Everett Hoth in the left lane had a little bit of troubles also. Put down a 663 at 124 miles an hour. Sean Martin, hotter off the tree, 58 thou up front, but a bit of wheel spin. Kind of ate that run. Just wanted to give a quick shout out. This class, Limited Street, brought to you by Rocco's Diner. Serving Mission since 1956, Rocco's 24-hour diner is a true local legend. Home of all-day breakfast, massive burgers, and the famous milkshakes that have made it a post-race tradition for generations of Fraser Valley racers.
Go on there, man. Cool. So Steve McKenzie's car, which car?
What's he running? Non-electronics?
Non-electronics, yeah.
Well, we had a G-body pair up. Now we got a Fox body pair up. Tej Sangha in the left lane. 360 powered hatchback. And we got Josh Hendrick in the 93 Mustang notchback flavored car in the right lane.
So no improvement in the right lane. Josh Hendrick with a little bit of a delayed start, but that's all right. You're allowed to do that. Went 5:49, so no improvement on his earlier 5:47. Tej Sangha in the left lane, however, did improve greatly. Going 5:38. Moves up to the number 4 position. 8 cars have made an attempt so far. Well, folks, big stuff is on the way. Motorcycle Stunt Show going to be coming on at about 8:30, so you might want to go find yourself a good seat to be taking all that in. And, of course, that's going to be followed by all the exhibition and feature cars. Big show coming up. So Brad Thomas currently sits number 8 with a 595, and he lights up the tires once again. So he's not going to be able to improve on this run. And now a little Jeep Wagoneer, because why not? This thing is actually a whole lot of fun to watch. So they have tamed it down quite a bit to make it suffer less breakage, so to speak. But when they first came out, this thing would do wheelies to the 100-foot mark and land pretty hard.
So don't let its looks fool you. This car is practically the definition of a sleeper. Very unassuming. But once that tree drops, well, you'll see. Well, bit of wheel spin off the starting line. Little bit of coasting going on at the front half of the track, but you could see it squat and boogie a little bit down the back end of the track anyways. But that unassuming Jeep is destined to hurt some feelings. Real Street coming up for qualifying session number 3. Jen Stoutenberg in the left lane, 1980 Malibu. Claudine Deshane in the right lane in the 91 Mustang hatchback GT car.
So Real Street. Kind of a cool class. Monroe Family Racing, Real Street. So moving right along, Real Street, Mike ends tower side. Ford pickup truck. Quarter mile times, 9:95 for Mike Enns. In the right lane, we had Ian Higginson. He went 10:90, hit the Super Street Index just for fun. Well, look at this. So we, with a tender heart, we refer to this class in 2026 as Monroe Family Racing. Rob Monroe was the one and only champion for Real Street when this class was run as a series. And sadly, recently we just lost Rob. So that's his son, Rob Jr., behind the wheel of the little hot rod you see in the right-hand lane. And that is his granddaughter, Taryn, behind the wheel of the family Ford pickup truck there in the left lane. So this is father and daughter. So you see daughter's win light on, just saying. Rob Monroe turns it red by 3 thou on the starting line, then goes 875 behind the wheel of Dad's little 31 Ford. Daughter Taryn Monroe with a 12:04, doing 114 miles an hour. Now, Josh Klosky and Terry Hoogstens. Hoogstens in the right lane, 66 Nova. Josh Klosky, left side, little S10 Blazer. So Josh Klosky turns it red by 4 thousandths of a second. Terry Hoogstens was on the green side with a 30 light. At the finish line, Josh with an 1173, Terry with an 1187. All right, should I come down now, or how far along? Rob Getz and Steve Scheffler. Rob Getz, left side, 2024 Ford pickup truck. Steve Scheffler in a 1969 Pontiac Firebird. Now it says it's powered by a 409 Chevrolet, but I'm not sure it would actually be one of those 409 Chevrolets. Four bulbs lit. I think they have their own announcer doing anything, but
Well, guys, that closes out Real Street third round of qualifying for Real Street, which means Motorcycle Stunt Show is coming up next. So if you are not in your seat, better find your seat, because these guys are about to put on a show for us. And it's going to be a good time. So T-minus 10 minutes for the bike stunt show. It's going to take place at exactly 8:30 on the dot. Now, when you think motorcycle stunts, what do you think? Dirt bikes? Well, in the staging lanes, I see a pack of Harley Davidsons. Now, Harley Davidsons are generally known as fairly heavy motorcycles, but these guys chuck these things around, wheelie them, drift them, and make them look like they do not weigh anything at all. We've got some extremely talented riders here. They're about to put on a pretty awesome show for us. You're going to hear a whole heck of a lot of V-twin limiter, a lot of tire smoke. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Hey, folks, guess what? We are not far away from the big show, so might want to go find a seat. Make sure you find a good place to take the show in from. Motorcycle stunt show is going to be coming up momentarily, and we're going to follow that up with all of our feature and exhibition cars. So I'm down here by the starting line. My name is John Tabak. I'm one of the staff announcers here at Mission Raceway Park. And I just want to thank you once again for coming out to Mission Raceway. We are so happy to have you here. And at this time, again, down here at the starting line, and I am with the City of Mission Councilor Jag Gill. And Jag's got a few words for us to open up the show. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park, Jag.
Thank you so much. First off, if you don't know me, my name is Jag Gill. I'm one of your city councilors at the City of Mission. I just want to first off say a huge thank you to the Mission Raceway, the whole team, the board, the volunteers for putting on such a great show. Can we give them a round of applause one time, please? And secondly, and importantly, I want to give a huge shout out to you guys for coming in the stands, watching the racers and the racers for putting on a show. So on behalf of the City of Mission and City Council, I want to say welcome to Mission, if you're not from Mission, and to the Mission residents, thank you so much for supporting the racetrack, and thank you. Everybody have a great weekend and a safe weekend. Thank you so much.
Come on, Mission Raceway Park, let's make a little noise. All right, thanks again, Jag Gill. So, folks, want to encourage you to find yourself a seat. The big show is about to take place.
Lordco Auto Parts, we're here to keep your world moving. From our fully stocked aisles to our friendly staff, we've got what you need for every project, big or small. Our team works hard to ensure that the right parts are ready when you need them. Whether you're tackling repairs at home or keeping your business running smoothly. With fast deliveries to local shops and expert advice, we're proud to be your trusted partner on the road ahead. Lordco Auto Parts, driven to keep you moving.
These guys are going to come show us their stuff. I hear a whole bunch of V-twins firing up, so it's almost time. And here they go. Chad is with Vanishing Ones. Don't mention Vanishing Ones.
All right, Mission Raceway, let's make a little noise for the Delacruz stunt team. You know, the more you encourage them, the more they'll just let it hang out. Once again, folks, let's make some noise for these guys. Putting a little bit of smoke and smoke, fire, and thunder for us. How about that? Come on, let's make some noise for these guys. another gear in front of the tower. Bunch more wheel speed means a bunch more smoke. Come on, Mission, let's give them a little encouragement. We're taking on a relief rider here. Whoa, whoa, look out. All right, Mission Raceway, let's let these guys hear you. Make some noise for them. The Delacruz stunt team, everybody. They are not done yet. Kind of regrouping at the top end, and here they come. Basically going the length of the quarter mile on the rear tire. That's what we like to see. All right, folks, I do believe we are nearing the end of this show, so let's encourage them to finish it right. Delacruz stunt team, everybody. Let's make some noise for these guys, Mission Raceway Park, the Delacruz stunt team. How about that?
Where else do you get to see it, guys? Tandem Harley donuts, 12 o'clock wheelies, multiple extremely talented riders.
And right up close for those on the fence line. Pretty good show, I must say. Why not? Let the kid put it on the rev limiter. Gonna be hooked for life.
That's what it's all about right there.
Future member of the Delacruz stunt team.
Some more donuts on the limiter and some more artwork laid down on our asphalt here at Mission Raceway. These bikes are definitely painting their own picture down on the tarmac out here.
Chad put a video on Instagram doing like a sexy pose in like an elf outfit. Really? Yeah, and then the camera comes up and he like flips his visor up and he's like, you know,
They are smoking you guys out down there. fresh order of rear tires coming tomorrow. All right. I saw flames. Must be a little nitro in the tank. All right, folks, give them one more big hand. The Dela Cruz stunt team. Great job down there, guys. Let's let them know we appreciate them. So there they go, everybody. The Dela Cruz stunt team. Was great to have them back for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So awesome show. And that is just the beginning, folks. We've got fuel altereds, we've got jet cars, and a bunch of stuff in between.
Well, folks, that was what we can call part one of our feature entertainment for the evening. Up next, we have fuel altered exhibition and jet cars. 5 of them, to be precise. 5 jet cars here at the track. Awesome turnout.
Hey, while it's quiet, I'm going to make another prediction. One of these that I am so sure about. Somebody out there is missing their phone. Now, I'm going to say there's a high degree of likelihood that it's a female because it was found in the women's washroom. Oh, and it's ringing. Should I answer it? Hello. Where am I at? I'm up. Who's this? This is the announcer. I was just talking about how somebody's lost their phone, you know? Call Mike. I do. I am. Well, where do you think the announcer would be? On the second floor of the time.
Is it on again? Isn't it on or off?
So at Mission Raceway, are you at Mission Raceway?
Somebody take the mic.
Okay, come see us up on the tower. All right. So the fuel altereds, lovingly nicknamed awful altereds. AA altereds or awful altereds. So what this is a short wheelbase vehicle, an open body. It's an altered, so the driver's sitting in the middle. It's a center steer deal. And they burn nitromethane. That has got to be the coolest thing about an awful altered. So that combination that I just described can be haywire at best. These are a ton of fun to watch. So some very cool stuff coming up. Couple of AA fuel altereds. Then we're going to have the DRI team back up with their double B funny car, nostalgia funny car. Then I do believe following that, got a Pro Nostalgia dragster. And then it'll be time for the jet cars. So it looks like the line to get in here has finally dissipated. So everybody made it in once again. Welcome to Mission Raceway. We love having you. You are a good-looking crowd out there. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a hand. Smoke, fire, and thunder at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Here we go.
Dubuque County Fair is about to get its face melted. 1 second.
I guess their faces are safe.
Shut up, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, shut up.
Shut up, Jeff. I don't need your help.
This is just like what happened in Pittsburgh. Never mention Pittsburgh!
When you need to be there, you need an Interstate. The car battery auto techs prefer.
These shocks have really impressed me.
First of all, the clearance. I didn't expect it to be that good. I feel like I'm actually driving a truck. The suspension has made a huge difference for off-roading. I feel like with these shocks, I can go anywhere, and I'm really excited to go venture out and do some trails that I was maybe not so sure about before. I feel like now I can go anywhere and do anything.
So big happy birthday wishes going out to Jake. Jake, the crew chief of the Red Dragon car. Happy birthday, Jake. Hey, Wally, just curious, Jake who? So Tom Padilla coming up left side out of Arlington, Washington. Shane Harder out of Wenatchee, Washington. Burnouts, check. So Shane Harder in the nasty Benjamin right lane. Couldn't do this without his beautiful wife. How do you like the sound of that nitromethane? Padilla pre-stages the car. He's ready to go. Pre-stage lights on both sides.
Hold your ears, folks.
Oh, yeah. Tom Padilla ultimately gets there first. Shane Harder was way out in front for most of the run. But Padilla taking over right around half track. Was doing 184 at the 8th mile, 208 miles an hour at the 1,000-foot mark, and then off the gas before the finish line doing just 187. But Shane Harder in the right lane was 103 to the 60-foot. Looking good. Give him a round of applause, everybody.
Tower Lane, we have a front engine nitro small block dragster. Lordco crew hooking up the starter right now. Going to get this thing fired up and make another loud pass for you guys.
So Nostalgia Top Fuel Dragster coming at you. So at the very top of the NHRA and/or drag racing food chain has got to be Top Fuel. Well, this is the way it used to be. Driver sitting behind the engine, behind the rear wheels. Single magneto ignition system. Single fuel pump. And nitromethane getting pumped through a small block Chevy. Now that right there is a pretty stout sounding small block Chevrolet, wouldn't you say? Burnout complete. Backed up behind the starting line. So I do have to apologize. Don't have a driver's name for you at the moment. All right, folks. Listen to that thing. So he's a little bit all over the place. I'm pretty sure we lost some timing blocks there as he started things off in the left lane and kind of finished things off over there in the right lane. Make some noise for that crew and team. So the dragster did not make it off the track surface under his own power. Plus, he took out some timing blocks. Not sure what's happening at this point, whether we'll be replacing them before or after the jet cars. Because the jet cars would probably relocate them for us anyway. But we do have to remove any debris. Also, we'll have to help the dragster get off the racing surface. What a night at Mission Raceway. So has everybody made their donation to help fill the boot? collecting funds for a great cause here tonight is Mission Fire and Rescue. In addition to doing that, they're also in the middle of a hiring campaign. Currently hiring paid on-call firefighters. So that could most certainly be the beginning of a new career for you. All the info you need is online. And hiring campaign runs now through the middle of September. So that's pretty cool. Again, raising funds for the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Let's fill that boot. What a great cause. We've got the DRI, Double B funny car. So we are going to see the funny car make a pass. And then we'll be bringing out the jet cars. Of course, we'll pre-soak the bushes behind the starting line a little bit. Friday night at the drag strip. Doesn't get any better than this, does it? So great to have Mission City Councilor Jag Gill with us tonight. He's down there on the starting line, ready to take in the big show. And here comes another truck from Mission Fire and Rescue. Pumper truck, I do believe it is. So with the right equipment, wetting down the trees, something that used to take somebody quite a bit of time, even with a reasonable sized fire hose. I'm kind of thinking we're going to get the job done in a big hurry tonight. Thanks to our friends at Mission Fire and Rescue. DRI Racing going to be making another pass for us in the right-hand lane. Double B funny car, nostalgia funny car. Dan Rodrigue and Ryan Isherwood joining forces to form DRI. Sweet berry wine. And we have fire under the bridge. Dan Rodriguez fires up Sweet Berry Wine. Definitely got a little bit of heat in those rear tires now. DRI Racing. It's going to be a single hit. Right-hand side of the racetrack. Lordco lane. So it's all part of the progress. So car still not overly happy, but they are learning with every run they make or every attempted run they make. Looking forward to all the great things that are going to come from that team. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to put the final preparations in place. Then we are going to light up the sky. Smoke, fire, and thunder. That's what this night is all about. Jet cars up next. So again, Mission Fire and Rescue coming in clutch for us this evening. So there goes the DRI crew. Give them a hand, folks. Both the, well, half the crew in the golf cart, the other half in the Chevy pickup truck. So things are looking nice and wet and cooled down behind the starting line. Once again, big shout out to Mission Fire and Rescue. The night's not over, folks. There's still time. Come on up beside the timing tower. Let's fill that boot. Raising funds for muscular dystrophy here this weekend or this evening. Mission Raceway Park race fans, are you ready? All right, let's try this once again. On the count of three, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Nice work. It is jet car time, everybody. I do believe we've got 5 of them on the property, including the Bone Shaker jet truck. Do you want to see some jet cars? Let me know. Well, all right then. Here they come. Here comes the Pyromaniac. So it looks like we're going to start off with a pair. Should be Pyromaniac and the Tomahawk car. Richard Smith and Derek Snelson. Derek Snelson will be behind the wheel of the Tomahawk in the right lane. So Derek Snelson, veteran driver, along with Richard Smith. Derek Snelson, licensed to drive not only jet funny cars, but also jet dragsters. Richard Smith, Tower Side out of Powell Butte, Oregon, in the Pyromaniac. Derek Snelson now calls Parker, Washington home. I was going to say Derek Snelson from Alaska, but I guess he's moved. So each car has its support vehicle. They're going to light these things up, and it kind of happens in stages. By the time they are up to full song, well, all of Mission is going to be listening to these things. Here we go, Mike.
Yes, sir. Just a reminder to you guys, you're not at an airport. Derek Snelson's jet car, the Tomahawk car, powered by a Pratt & Whitney J60. Top ET in mile per hour, 595 at 273 miles per hour. When he's not racing his jet car, Derek is a track operator at Renegade Raceway. And here we go, guys.
This is looking good. How about that side-by-side full poles right through the finish line? 6:10 and 6:26. Oh, yeah. Richard Smith, 6.10 seconds, 261 miles an hour, left side of the racetrack, right there beside him the whole way down. Derek Snelson, 6:26, 247. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. How about that?
And not only a heck of a good run, but Richard Smith put down a 14th thou reaction time in that beast. And I gotta say, there is nothing more entertaining when it comes to cars bumping themselves into the staging beams than watching a jet car. You absolutely feel those explosions in your chest. What a rush. And it does not end there, folks, because we got another 3 in the staging lanes.
The Bone Shaker. Guess what's coming? Now, a few weeks back, we had an event, what was a day for diesels, so to speak. And we had some pretty heavy equipment down there on the starting line that day, but nothing like this.
Nothing as fast as this, and certainly nothing running on Jet A fuel. So this Bone Shaker truck that's pulling onto the tower lane now, if you squint your eyes just right, you can see there is a truck attached to that jet engine.
So here comes the Bone Shaker. Started out as a 1981 International TranStar 4300 race truck. Now equipped with a J79 General Electric turbojet engine. So a little bit about the jet truck. Weighs 7,000 pounds. That's a lot of pounds for a race car. So the thing about jet cars is they get great gas mileage. You know, it's kind of the opposite of what you'd think. But the Bone Shaker down there goes through 80 to 100 gallons of fuel per run. Boasting 18,000 horsepower, 12,000 pounds of thrust. With the afterburner, 36,000 pounds. Here we go, folks. We are about to make some smoke. We are about to make some fire. And we are about to make some thunder. There goes the support vehicle. Oh, yeah. I can feel the heat through 2 panes of glass up here in the tower. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 201 miles an hour for Rick Kopp in the Bone Shaker. Everybody put your hands together. How about that? Now, watching that show, it becomes very easy to believe how that thing could consume between 80 and 100 gallons per run. Very easy. So quarter mile ET, 9.12 seconds at 201 miles an hour. That is awfully impressive for a vehicle that weighs 7,000 pounds. But hey, everybody, that's what 36,000 pounds worth of thrust looks like coming out of the back of the Bone Shaker. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top Comp. Top Comp, this is your standby call. Standby call for Top Comp. Top Comp, this is your standby call. Well, now we're going to go funny car versus dragster. Jet funny car versus jet dragster. Hocus Pocus. Coming up tower side. So Hocus Pocus going to be coming up tower side of the racetrack. How cool is this? A second gen Nova by the looks of it. And Richard Smith back up here once again. Man, this is a busy guy. Saw Richard Smith make a pass just a few moments ago in the Pyromaniac funny car. And now coming up in the Hyper Fire Jet Dragster. So we made the call, or standby call rather, for Top Comp. Top Comp, please be ready to go. Your call to the lanes coming up momentarily.
So the Bone Shaker jet truck that we just saw weighs 7,000 pounds with a max thrust of 12,000 pounds of thrust. The thrust with the afterburner equals out to 36,000 pounds. Now in front of us in the tower lane, we have the Hocus Pocus Jet Funny Car. Another General Electric J85 jet engine powered unit. That car has 9,000 pounds of thrust, but the car only weighs 1,400 pounds. So pretty much the weight of that truck that we just saw is about 4.5 of these cars.
So the power to rate ratio is drastically better, is what you're telling us, Mike.
Pretty much, yeah.
So behind the wheel, the Hocus Pocus car will be Mark Stevens out of Calhoun, Colorado.
So fun fact, in the Hocus Pocus Jet Funny Car here, the engine is actually used in the F-5 Freedom Fighter and T-38 trainer planes. And for 99.99% of us, this is the closest that we will get to a jet engine of that sort. Pretty special event we got here, guys. Once a year, not one, but 2 heads-up jet car drag races, plus a jet-powered semi-truck. Pretty awesome.
So starting line crew down there, looks like they're pretty much finished now, but they were doing a little bit of a fuel cleanup operation. So I'll amend my last statement and say they're almost finished. Oh, check out the underlighting on the Hyperfire Jet Dragster over there in the right-hand lane. So now, given that a jet car is not wheel-driven, you might be wondering, well, why are you bothering with this cleanup? Aren't the jet cars going to kind of do that for you? Well, the idea is you do not want to leave those fluids sitting in the rubber. So we need to get those up and out of the rubber as quickly as possible. If the jet cars were the final thing to be running down the track tonight, then it might not matter. But we do have a number of classes that will be following these jet cars. Some great stuff still on deck for tonight, including another scheduled round of qualifying for Top Fuel Harleys and our Pro Mods as well. Well, we certainly appreciate your patience. We hope to be back at it momentarily. However, safety is always going to be the #1 priority here at Mission Raceway Park. But again, I cannot say this enough. Loving the looks of those bleachers right now. Thanks for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. What a great night to start off Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2026. The River Valley Ford Drag Strip here at Mission Raceway. Well, I'm going to say by the looks of things, we are ready to go. Little cleanup is taken care of thanks to the starting line crew down there, led by race director Wally DePerrin. Hyperfire Jet Dragster and Hocus Pocus Jet Funny Car.
So who wants to see these things fire up? Not bad, not bad. Let's try that again. Who wants to see these things fire up? There we go.
Much better. That's the noise we've been waiting to hear.
Here we go, guys. Mark Stevens in the left lane and Richard Smith in the right lane. About to put on a show for you guys.
Gotta say, I love the stance of that Hocus Pocus car. Smoke, fire, and thunder. Here we go. Richard Smith in the right lane, 590 at 268 miles an hour. Richard Smith breaks into the 5-second zone. How about that? 590 with a 0, 268.66 miles an hour for Richard Smith in the right lane. And Mark Stevens with a 693 at 216 miles an hour in Hocus Pocus. So the Hyperfire car puts a 5 up on the reader board there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a round of applause. So I do see the mass exodus, so to speak, happening over there in the grandstands. So just want to remind you, we are not done yet. We're going to do a little bit of work to the track surface and then continue on with the run order. Top comp, we're going to make the call for top comp. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for top comp. Top comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top comp to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So as I was mentioning, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a number of classes yet to run, including Top Fuel Harley-Davidsons and Pro Mods are both scheduled for one more hit tonight. However, if you are going to make your way out of the facility at this time, just want to forewarn you, might be a little bit of a traffic jam getting out of here, but it won't be too long. It never is. But going to ask you very nicely, please make your exit in a respectful manner. Please respect our neighbors. So at Mission Raceway Park, we very much believe in having fun on the drag strip, but being responsible on the streets. So I would encourage you to do just that as you exit the facility. And again, thank you so much for coming out to Mission Raceway Park tonight. We have had a great night so far. Still got some great stuff left. But you are absolutely why we make this stuff happen. And I know I'm sounding rather repetitive, but I just want to make absolutely sure you realize how much we appreciate having you here with us tonight. Well, we bid farewell to Mission Fire and Rescue. Thanks for coming out, guys. Hopefully we produce some good numbers tonight as far as fundraising. Got all of our top comp cars making their way to the staging lanes. So what a great night, and we are not done yet. No sooner do I say it doesn't look that bad than... So again, if you are in the process of exiting the facility, would ask that you practice some patience. It's going to take a few minutes, but we'll get you there. If you are not exiting the facility, well, that is awesome. We are thrilled you're going to continue to hang out with us and finish out the night. So what we've got left on the run order looks like this. Top comp, triple index, that's a very small class. Then we'll be getting back to Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. We'll prep the track one more time for our radial cars, and that's what we will end the night with. Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and Real Street. So top comp, if you're not in the staging lanes, it is definitely where you should be. We're going to give a standby call to our Top Fuel Harleys and Pro Mods. Well, and why not a bit of an extended standby call to Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and Real Street.
Well, here's a bit of a fun announcement for you guys. If you're a fan of cooking tires and going sideways, I mentioned earlier on about the Drift to Gift that is happening tomorrow from 12 to 7 p.m. For $40, you can hop in for a ride along with one of our drift drivers and experience drifting. From inside the car, it's for a good cause, going to Mission Memorial Hospital through the Fraser Valley Healthcare Foundation. Also, if you're a drift fan, and I mentioned something earlier about giving away some free tickets. See, we got a Spec D event coming up. So Spec D is basically professional drift car drivers. And Spec D presents Pro Drift Round 4, the final fight, right here at Mission Raceway Park for Sunday, August 30th. Coming up, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. So I've got 4 free tickets here to give away, but I'm going to give you guys some trivia this time instead of just saying the first person up here gets them. So I'm going to say, if you can tell me the make and model of a car that was racing here today called the Grinch. I have 4 tickets for the Spec D Drift event. Free tickets for August 30th, the Spec D Drift event. First person to come up to the tower and tell me the make and model of the car known as the Grinch that was racing today. Well, just to let everybody know, those Spec D tickets have been claimed. Someone got that right. The Grinch car is a 69 Chevy Camaro. The Grinch driven by Andy Hatton.
So Bubba's Speed Shop has dropped off some swag for us to distribute. So limited sizes. So I'm going to say the next 4 people interested in a medium-sized T-shirt, come see us second floor of the tower. Medium-sized T-shirt for Bubba's Speed Shop. Come see us in the tower.
Well, I've given away a grand total of 8 tickets for the Spec D Pro Drift Series. Round for the final fight coming to Mission Raceway Park on August 30th. And you know what? I got 2 more tickets sitting in front of me right now. So another little piece of ungoogleable trivia is what's going to happen right now. If you guys can tell me the color of the strip teaser car, that race is here. The strip teaser car, what color is it? Come on up to the tower, tell me the color. You get 2 free tickets to the Spec D Pro Drift event. My last 2 tickets, that is the color of the strip teaser car. Come on up and claim these last 2 tickets. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, this is your call to staging lanes number 1 and 2. Triple index, come on down to staging lanes 1 and 2. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley, you are on standby. Also, I'd just like to say a happy 4-year anniversary from Brian to Haley. Happy 4-year anniversary, Haley. Special message from Brian. So once again, racers, triple index, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley, you are on standby. Well, no one has come up to the tower yet to claim these last 2 Spec D Pro Drift Series tickets for round 4, the final fight right here at Mission Raceway. Sunday, August 30th from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. is when it's going to go down. Tires will be destroyed. I have 2 tickets left to the first person who can come up here and tell me the color of the strip teaser car. There you go. And we have a winner. All right. Well, those are the last 2 tickets I had for the Pro Drift event given out to future drifters.
Well, Top Comp qualifying. Here we go. Q4. First pair up, Brad Powell and Lincoln Shirk. Lincoln Shirk over there in the right lane. Young man making the transition from junior dragster to full-size dragster a couple of years ago. And he's doing just fine. Brad Powell, Tower Lane out of Linden, Washington. So Lincoln better on the starting line, 24 to 55. Here comes Logan Bell and Nick Bond. Nick Bond for JBS Equipment. Coming up right-hand side of the racetrack, driving an 03 Cameron. Logan Bell for Comox Valley Excavating. Logan from the island, out of Courtney, BC. Four bolts lit. Logan Bell with a nice light. He's 006 and 452. Nick Bond 031 and 495. Now door car versus dragster. Jeremy Soares in the dragster, right-hand lane. Ken Orser, 2006 Pontiac GTO. Ex-competition eliminator car. Originally owned by Bob Marshall. The last time we saw Ken Orser up here, he was over there in the right-hand lane. I commented that, you know, the TCS car ought to be in the TCS lane, and, well, that's where he is now. Orser up in smoke at the hit. Jeremy Soares also struggling for traction by the sounds of it. Now Derek Shirk is going to line up beside Kimberly Youngkind. Kimberly, Poe Freeborn's dragster. One time owned by Corey Galletti, aptly nicknamed Gold Digger. So Derek Shirk tower side in a 2022 Mullis built dragster. Dave Kowalski pulls up behind. Automatic winner for the blower roll contest. In 476, 122 miles an hour off the gas before the finish line. Derek Shirk, 432, 160 miles per hour. Best number of the weekend so far for Derek. Puts him in the number 2 spot. Well, I do believe he was already there. He improved on his previous numbers just slightly. But Dane LeKelt has got that number 1 spot nailed down so far. Now Dave Kowalski, 1970 Chevrolet Nova. This is a cool piece, make no doubt about it. Believe it or not, this was built as a, well, an extreme, let's call it, drag and drive car. It's got a stereo, it's got heat, it's got cup holders, dual funny car cages. Perfect for that last minute trip to the hardware store. Kowalski goes 5 seconds flat at just 111 miles an hour off the gas and coasting. So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for Pro Mods. Pro Mods, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro Mods. Lanes 5 and 6 for Pro Mods. So Top Fuel Harley, you'll remain on standby for just a moment. Going to clear some stuff out of the way, and then we'll be calling you to the lanes momentarily. Please be ready to go, Top Fuel Harley. Now, Monique Ambrosi, left lane, Brandon Thomas, right lane. Reaction times, 10 versus 20. At the finish line, it is Brandon there first with a 4:38. Monique goes 4:46, left side. Cam Chance coming up left side of the racetrack. What is one loud 1937 Chevrolet? Emma Debris Coos. So while I was trying to get the S10 fixed earlier today, Mike, I was half-heartedly listening to the live stream. And I seem to remember you talking about a racer in distress call for Emma, and you were glad to see her out here running. What was that all about?
Well, she had not one but two racer in distress calls. The first one was for a pressure gauge. Then she was back up in the tower with a fuel pump needed for her car, and it looks like she got both of those things necessary to continue her weekend, because here she is racing her dragster. So here comes trouble, keeps coming back around and around now that she's got all the issues sorted out with her car.
Well, that's great news. She just went 5:37 for her best number of the weekend. Fortunately, that's got her in the bottom spot. Cam Chance went 4:63, doing 152 miles an hour at the 8th mile finish line. Now two more dragsters, Colton Morin and Greg Dowdy. Greg Dowdy for Rad Torque Systems. Right-hand side of the racetrack. The 2012 M&M dragster. Car formerly campaigned by Dan Provo for quite a number of years. Colton Morin for Morin Motorsports and Comox Valley Excavating. 004 on the starting line for Greg Dowdy. And 5:13 at the finish. Colton Morin getting there first. 4.98 seconds. Colton strong on the starting line as well with an 0:15 reaction time. That's going to bring up Jason Gibson. Gibson driving a 2017 TNT dragster. Gibson, a former dragster owner, then stuck to the door cars for quite a number of years. Just couldn't help himself, had to go buy another dragster. Well, there he is, left side of the racetrack. Nice looking car. And Dane LeKelt in the right lane, our number one qualifier. Best run so far this weekend, a 4.06 second run, over 178 miles an hour. The LeKelt family and drag racing go back years and years. matches the 406. Actually, this one was a little better. 406 with a 179 miles an hour, so they pick up a little bit in the mile an hour department as well. Nicely done. A 5:01 at 136 for Jason Gibson. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Top Fuel Hardy lanes 1 and 2. We'll give a bit of an extended standby call to X275 or Outlaw 275, along with Limited Street and Real Street. That'll be what we close out the evening with. There will be a little bit of track prep that takes place prior to the radial cars, however. G. Van Brar and Paul Soares. Paul Soares in the right lane in a 55 Chevy. For Quick Tech Race Cars. Soares family out of Terrace, BC. 3 of them running here this weekend. Brar in the left lane with a beautiful light 007 reaction time and 476 up there on the reader board. Paul Soares goes 479 in the door car. Couple of rat cars coming up now. Scott Robinson, Tower Lane, 1994 Chevy Beretta. Black and red, sharp looking car. Emily Gerard in the right lane, behind the wheel of the black dragster. As mentioned, you see Rad Torque Systems on both those cars. Dragster getting there first, 454. Scott Robinson, 497. So, triple index. Not a ton of interest in this class seemingly this weekend. Just 4 cars entered so far. That may change tomorrow. We will see. So Tyler Smith and Jan Christensen. Jan Christensen dialed 550. In the 67 Nova you see over there in the right-hand lane, El Gringo. Tyler Smith turns it 10 red. Then 756 on the 750 index. Jan Christensen 552 on the 550 index. And that's going to bring up Mark Muscant. So Rob Getz, I'm assuming, not going to make the call here for the final round of qualifying for triple index. Muscant shooting for 650. So Mark Muscant goes 652 at 106 miles an hour earlier today. He absolutely nailed the 650 index, dead on, with a 2.